everybody. How's it going? Welcome back to the lore run and what might just very well be the last episode of the lore run, but it's sort of up to Prime Consort Radon and whatever his phase 2 name is. I actually don't remember. I should talk about that because I sometimes forget that the bosses, they do get a phase 2 change, you know what I mean? So optimistic, huh? I mean, so sad that this is ending. It's okay. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Really though, this lore run has been so much fun and so enjoyable. And there's still some stuff because like I don't have every item in the DLC. I don't have every location in the DLC. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do it, but at the end of the run, I do want to go in and look at all of the locations. And by that I mean all the like items from the DLC. and just, you know, figure out, because I'm sure there's a lot of items that I haven't found, or that they're drops, right, that I didn't get because it's RNG. So stuff like that. So there's still plenty to do, and there's still plenty to talk about to really do that like deep dive of DLC research. So beyond Prime Consort Radon, we still have more, and I'm looking forward to it. I also have a file that has every single item on it. I just like, what do you call it? Like, I modded every item in the game onto that character. So I want to, yeah, cheat engine basically. So I want to look through that character and look at every item and maybe like, you know, see if there's any lore that I've never read, which there's probably going to be a ton, because a lot of these items are drops from very specific enemies. So I haven't read them, never gotten them, just by chance. That's both DLC and base game. So looking at stuff like that, you know. Loot farming? No, I'm not gonna loot farm. I'm just gonna read it from like spotting it in. I'm not like farming. It's not. I know one place you forgot to visit. Oh, go ahead, please. Because like really this, also Op, thanks so much for 43 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the continued support and the continued Prime. And for the 7 stream streak. Rebuild. We can rebuild it. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna play once Tarnished Edition drops as well. Like, I want to know. Black Knight Garu is? I don't remember Garu. Like, I don't know their Christian names. You know what I mean? Tongue Guy? Oh yeah, chat was mentioning Tongue Guy, and I'm like, that does not ring a bell. The Penal Fort? I'm pretty sure he went to the Penal Fort. That's Wing Guy, not Tongue Guy. Oh, and I got in for Duskbloods. Yeah. Exciting. West of Verlana that you dropped down to. People were talking about that, but no one told me where to go. So let me just see. Yeah, then we have the network test, which like, I'm really excited about the network test, but I gotta be real with you. Like, I'm also just bummed that I won't be able to stream it or record it or anything. So like, it'll be really fun, but at the same time, like, I really do enjoy sharing that stuff with chat. So I'm sort of bummed. That's kind of a bummer. Like, I don't love that, but I mean, that's how it be. So it's like, yay, but also, tell us your perspective. Yeah, I know, but the first experience of something is always so special, and you only get it once. Stream just your face and talk about it? No. No, it's Nintendo. Are you kidding me? No, hell no. Some people will stream record anyway, no matter the consequences. Not with Nintendo. Unless audio is a no-no. They very clearly say do not show any footage, and I think that includes audio. Become a floating head? No, I'm not gonna risk it. I don't want to invoke Nintendo's ire. Listen. Because then I won't be able to, I'll be super banned from Duskbloods forever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the best way to do it. Like, I'm just bummed about that. I was really looking forward to the network test, and now I'm just like... Because, like, I'm gonna have to wake up at, like, you know, 5 a.m. to, like, play it, and then, like, I'll be, like, doing weird schedule like I'm a nurse in residency or a doctor in residency or something. And then I won't be able to stream it? Just a bummer. I'd rather, like, not even have the network test, though, because of this. I'm like... Night Rain was crazy. Ow! Why did I do that? That hurt Kurwa mać, no. The remote stabbed me under the nail real bad. How good are your quick sketching skills? I would say, like, I'm a 15 out of 10 on Microsoft Paint. Yeah, for sure. I really capture the essence of things, for sure, yeah. At least you won't get backseated? Oh, that is nice. Holy shit. Freeing. X to doubt? Oh, you have no idea. I'm so powerful. My Millicent sketch? Exactly! That's literally the peak of art. I really don't, like, understand what you mean. I totally forgot. My god, that was, like, incredible. That might be some of the best work that's ever been done by a human being. You're telling me that you have not seen my art. I'm gonna do, like, lore drawings in Microsoft Paint. You're gonna see. It's gonna be extraordinary. She's so humble. I know. I'm good at a lot of things, but I'm not very good at humility. Because I'm great at it. Where did I put those anyway? My sketches. My art. I don't remember where I put them. I always put them somewhere. But I'm like, don't forget where you put this, and I never remember where that is afterward. You can't record it? No, you can't record it. No. Yeah, we cannot record anything about the network test. Only talk about the experience. Yeah, yeah. And our impressions. The thing is, they always say that, but this is the first time that Nintendo has, like, published, right? So, I don't know. Even Night Rain and Elden Ring, they said don't stream the network test, don't, like, record it. They always say that, but historically Bandai Namco hasn't really cared at all. It's not breaking, what do you call it? Not DMCA. NDA, that's what I'm looking for. It's not breaking NDA. They do say not to do it, but they haven't enforced it. But yeah, no, Nintendo's different. We don't know. We don't know what they're going to be like about it. But when they say don't stream it, well, Play it safe? Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I'm still excited about it, but it's sort of like... It's sort of like eating your favorite meal, but you're eating alone. Like, it's still yummy, but you're sort of like... You know, it's like nice to eat with other people. That's kind of how I feel. I like playing games, but I also like streaming games. And it's sort of sad to play a game and not have chat there. And not even be able to record it. Nintendo will send Agent 47. Ooh, bald. Sorry, I don't know why that's my impression. Ooh. Yeah, we'll see. And by we'll see, I mean, I don't know, I'll make a video. Of what? Excellent question. Very excited. Favorite meal by myself still hits the same? Really? You're not like looking at me like, I wish I was eating with, you know, whoever person. We won't, in fact, see. Well, you will hear. Excellent point. Yeah. I guess some people don't like to eat with other people. That used to be me, but now I love eating with other people. 10-hour YouTube lore video when? That's a great question. I mean, that was my goal in doing this lore run as well, is to make lore videos. I can't believe I stabbed myself under the nail. That hurt so freaking bad. It, like, circumvented all of my nail-based defenses. Other people suck? I cannot agree with you there. I like people. I really do like people. I'm an introvert, so, well, I guess I have my introverted times. I do need my alone time to chill and just, like, vibe and, like, be in silence and be around silence, you know? But, like, I also really like people and sharing experiences and, you know, meeting people and all that. It was a critical hit. Also, I'm sitting and I'm not getting up anymore today because I hit my heel on a table today. I was trying to throw Marlo's toy with my foot and I just and then I also walked directly into an edge and stubbed my baby toe today. Ouchie. I'm not moving anymore today. I am done. Recording some clips for a lore video. That was for Night Rain. Yeah, I was recording the Night Rain lore stuff, but I haven't finished all the remembrances. And also, I'm gonna have to replay Elden Ring off stream because I want to record stuff, you know. They comment on you picking out the carrots slowly. Why do you like to eat with other people? They talk and distract you? No, they don't. Not necessarily. I love eating with other people. I also like watching something when I eat. So I grab the laptop and I'm just like, all right, I'm watching One Piece. And then I have my One Piece. I'm watching One Piece, by the way. Did I mention that? I think I haven't mentioned that I'm watching One Piece. I become a One Pieceer. It's been good so far. Hope your baby toe feels better soon. I do. It actually was one of those, like, the impact is severe, but I'm okay, you know? Isn't One Piece like 50 million episodes long? Yeah, it's great. I don't need to pay full attention to it. It's perfect background noise because it's pleasant and colorful and the plot lines aren't too insane. But, like, I just finished the Alabasta arc and I was, like, pretty impressed. I was like, okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. It's been good. Okay, so the title of One Piece, like the way that they draw the art of One Piece, it literally looks to me like it says one egg. And every single time I see it, I know it's One Piece, but it says one egg. And it's just, to me, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to watch One Egg. And I think that to myself in my head. And I'm like, you know. Who's your favorite crewmate? Okay. I think it's between, I like all of them, but I have to say Nami and Sanji, kind of even. And they're both so very different. I don't like the whole, like, Sanji doing the, oh, my love. Like, I hate that he has that trait, but, like, I'm so used to the male character who falls in love with every female character that I just sort of ignore that part. But I love that all of them are goofballs, but they lock in when needed. Like, I love that about them. You know, they're all like, hee, I'm just a silly little guy. And then they need to do something, and they're, like, locked the F in. I love that. I love that in a group of eclectic characters, all of whom working together. Also, I love that Nami is just like an absolute savage. Like, just utterly savage about everything. And, like, she's so funny. Oh, Chopper's pretty cool too. But yeah, no, we'll see. I wonder if pirates are goofballs IRL too. I feel like nothing, like, in reality is like One Piece, but that's okay. Yeah. One Piece is a really big egg. Chris Fallen also, hello, welcome. Okay, so I feel like I was talking about something before I mentioned One Piece. Lore run. Hunting for lore. Like, why did I mention One Piece? Oh, watching shows and eating with people. I like eating with people. But here's the thing. If you try, okay, I will say this. If you try to talk to me when I'm eating, don't. Now you might ask, why does that make sense? Like, how do you like to eat with people, but you don't like when they talk to you? It depends. If you're in like a restaurant setting, like if you go out to eat with somebody and you're like enjoying their company and also the food, that's one thing. But if I'm like at home and I've been like cooking and I am eating and you try to talk to me, like, don't. Makes no sense at all. It makes perfect sense because you can be around people without talking. You can, but you can still enjoy their company. And just like enjoy, you know, people being amongst you without talking. It makes perfect actual sense, in my opinion. That's true. I'm telling you. Yeah. Being around people but not actually engaging with them. Not during food. But then when you're done, then you have company to chat. Yeah. Before and after food. Yeah. Yo, and Perfect Boss, thank you so much for 3 months as well. Lore run on Night Rain? Yeah, the only thing is my lore run on Night Rain, like I can't do it really on stream. I'm just gonna show the remembrances, but I have to get them first. I have to finish them and I haven't finished. So we'll find the way to do it. I do want to include Night Rain though, because it is really important. I've sort of been talking about it when it's relevant, but it's a little hard to depict. Not depict, but like showcasing the lore is more difficult in Night Rain. Yeah. Picture me gaming at all times? No, no. I get a lot of my gamer energy out on stream, so I don't game that much off stream these days. Extroverts completely baffled by this concept? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think, listen, I do think extroverts are able to not talk. It's hard. I'm trying to think of the extroverts that I know. I know people who I feel like are extroverts, but they're like, no, 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 I actually am an introvert. And I'm like, okay, but are you? You know? So I feel like that's what's difficult. People get mad because you don't talk, so they talk about you at work. Okay, but that's work people. And let me tell you something about coworkers. You need to tolerate coworkers, but it doesn't mean you get along. It's basically like adult school. You have to be around these people because they are in proximity to you. They could be complete prickadoodles. I don't know where that word came from. I just made it up, but it works. I'm telling you, trust me, I have had some garbo fucking coworkers that I didn't want to interact with any more than I needed to. It just sucks. It sucks when that happens. Yeah. That's really unfortunate. Like, I'm sorry you're dealing with that, but unfortunately, as coworkers, man, what are you gonna do? You need to be near them. You still got some garbage coworkers? I know, tell me about it. Why do you think Marlo doesn't hang out in here? You can quit your job but not school? Okay, that's really reductive though. Because you can also switch schools. Just like you switch jobs. You can totally do that. But is it really so easy to switch schools and or jobs? Not always. Yeah. You clean Airbnbs and don't have to deal with customers or coworkers. Oh, it's so freeing. Yeah. One thing I like is if someone comes to chat and they're like, well, a prickadoodle, then I can just, you know, yell at them. I don't really yell at them. I just, you know, reverse Uno them, play with them a little bit, and then send them on their way. You know what I mean? Fortunately, tonight we have to talk to Mikola. I enjoy going to work. Yeah, no, I mean, coworkers can also be great. I have had jobs that I adore my coworkers and they're awesome and I have so much fun working with them and it's just so nice and pleasant and it's just like amazing. Like you get to work with people Because I worked a lot of jobs in retail that like I largely worked alone because we sort of had like solo shifts. So it was a treat to have a coworker because all my coworkers rocked. We just often weren't scheduled together. So when we were, it was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like I've had amazing coworkers. I've had Garbo coworkers. It's just the experience. Oftentimes coworkers make it even better to go to work. But also sometimes they could be a detriment. You don't choose your coworkers. It is. But if you have good ones, that's awesome. That's perfect. That's a win. Have you ever got nasty and mean comments? Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of angry people out there. There's a lot of just like negative folks. You know, people don't, you know how to interact with others. It is crazy. Badly socialized folks with access to a keyboard. You know, it's just the usual. It's okay. It's powerful though, because it's like, wow, I've made it. You know what I mean? Important lore question, is Mikola a Swiftie? Mikola is not a Swiftie. That's ridiculous. Mikola is Taylor Swift. What are you talking about? You can't be a Swiftie if you're Taylor Swift. Really though, I often call Mikola Taylor Swift in the sense that like when I went to the Land of Shadow and I had all these people who were like, oh my God, I'm so excited for the Mikola concert. We're gonna go on tour to follow her tour. I was like, oh no. You know, it's terrible. Seen the Mikola Mastermind music video? Someone posted that shortly after I finished Elden Ring, like the DLC. And I was like, I'm telling you, like I have been saying that Taylor Swift, or sorry, Mikola's Taylor Swift this entire freaking run. Call them incels? No, it's not necessarily just incels. There's lots of different people who are angry and negative. Some of them, is it a Venn diagram that includes that? Yeah, of course it is, but not always. You know what I mean? Pretty sure Taylor is the biggest Swiftie. Ego had us. Maybe. I don't know very much about Taylor Swift. I just know that she's blonde and many people spend a lot of money to see her concerts, and I find it a bit strange personally, but a lot of people are huge fans. So that's why I feel like me not understanding the Mikola love is the perfect thing, because it's just like the Taylor Swift thing. I don't really get it, but people do their entire lives over these, you know, people. Don't know what it is. You know what? You know what? Sometimes ignorance is bliss. I'm a badly socialized creature, but I don't hate on pleasant people. I really think you might be better socialized than you think. Give yourself enough credit. Four-digit amounts on money going to a Swift event. I was aghast. I know. But listen, I'm not trying to shame people, just to be clear. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I simply don't get it. But I understand that there are many things that I do that people wouldn't get, you know? Sometimes people are like, Wraff, why are you still playing Elden Ring? Why do you have, like, this many hours in this game? Aren't you done? And I'm like, well, yeah, but there's always lore to uncover, you know? I still get people to say that. So at the same time, like, that's me. Admittedly, it's not like equivalent because I'm not like spending a lot of money and it's not a special event, but you know what I mean? Like, people spend their money on things that they enjoy, and if you're not harming anybody, what is the harm? There is none. You do what you enjoy. If you have the budget, if you have the money and you enjoy it, go for it. Some people go to, like, what do you call it? Like 2-star restaurants, and they spend so much money on one meal that's like tiny. And to me, I'm like, but that's like very special. It's an event. It's cool. I actually would love to do that. Did I tell you guys? I did go to a 1-star restaurant in Thailand with my friend. She found it and we got reservations and we went, and the prices were just about the same as a Canadian meal. So I was like, sick. It was okay. I gotta be honest with you. It wasn't that great. I was like, really? It was nice, but it wasn't like, oh my god, the food. Were the portions small? No, they were gigantic. I was so full. The problem is, when I think about that meal, all I remember is my tummy hurting because I ate too much. Because of course we got 2 appetizers to split, and then a meal, and I got a coconut curry. I think it was a coconut fish curry, and they literally brought it to me in a coconut. And I don't know if you've ever seen a Thai coconut, because there's different types of coconuts, but it was like this. And it was just full, chock full of seafood and curry. One star of the worst restaurants? No, a Michelin star. Yeah, a Michelin star. 1 star means if it's on your route, you should stop for it. Yes. 2 stars, I believe, is like literally plan a trip to go to this restaurant, that sort of thing. It's pretty fancy. Probably went to a tourist area that they pump up prices there. No, it was a Michelin star restaurant. I am aware, but it's a Michelin star. Of course it's expensive, but it's just, relatively expensive. So. Oh, I see. Okay, 2 is detour for it. 3 is plan a trip just for that. Okay. Neat. Why does the tire company run restaurants? I don't know. That's a great question. Anyway, okay, listen, this is gonna take a while, so we should hop on in. We will be talking about lore, and I'm gonna start off the stream by talking about some lore. Like in the actual game, of course. Because, well, this is gonna take a while, quite possibly. I am not great at this fight, and when I'm not great at a fight, my brain also refuses to engage with it. It's like my brain starts playing Subway Surfer videos. Do you know what I mean? Not literally, though. I can't fucking stand that shit. But it's just like the equivalent. Like groceries, I can start thinking about like what I'm gonna make for dinner. I was thinking of making a feta bake. Fuck, it's already happening! Okay, Promise. I keep calling him Prime Consort Radon, but it's Promise Consort. Like, I literally always call him Prime Consort. It's a flaw. I'm not a perfect person. So, he is the Promise Consort. Now, a lot of people think that Radon wasn't... that Mikola is Delulu. But we don't have access to the full dialogue yet, because we have to beat the fight. So we'll show it when we can. But I am of the opinion that that this is indeed a promise. A mutual promise. That right next to me. Twitch Prime. Speaking of Prime, did you know that you can... Sorry. Radon, Consort of Mikola. I'm not running, I'm gonna die. That's freaking annoying. Or not die, I'm gonna get hit. I made it out? Alright, so phase 2, I don't know shit all about phase 2. All I remember is that it can blow me. And I would say that that's about all I need to know about. Oh, right. And everything also fucking explodes. And you have to dodge twice for every goddamn hit. And it fucks up your timing. Ah! So... it's just really easy to fuck up royally on phase 2. Also, I do need to be grabbed twice, so we're gonna... that's number 1. We're gonna do the heart stolen.
A 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Also, what I really like about Radon, right? Fuck off. God, I can't even, like, talk about anything good about you without immediately being reminded why I really dislike you. I have to get used to the fact that he has beams on every hit in phase 2. I don't, like, I'm not, like, internally prepping for it. One thing I like about Radon, and I don't remember what I was going to say now. Okay, well, it isn't really about him, it's about his name, but I think it's still relevant. So, Radon's name in phase 2 is Radon. It's just Radon. And Miquella is mentioned in the sense that he is the consort of Miquella. But that name is also very telling because he's the it's like Godfrey. Godfrey has Siraj on his shoulder, but the fight is not Godfrey and Beast Regent Siraj, right? It's just Godfrey. Yeah. I remember the first time that I saw Radon and Prime Consort Radon. Promise Consort Radon, I mean. And his phase 2 as just Radon. I'm getting caught by that move, the double swing, because I think it's the other one. Yep, I summoned both the summons last time, so I started fighting him a little bit. I showed off the dialogue when you summon the NPCs and when they die. I haven't got my heart stolen twice. That's one thing I do have to work on, but I have to get like better at phase 2. Other than that, though, I think we've seen everything. Oh god, I don't like when he does that because it's so hard to see with his cloak. Oh, really? That's mean. I thought that was his other move. I really hate when you open with that because what that means is that this is going to hit me when you do that. See what I mean? It's fucked. It's fucked up when you do that. Do the same opener. Holy shit, that's Radigan's Rings of Light. I fucking dodged it. Goodness, I really dislike you. But it's okay, so did your dad, so you're used to it. Sorry, it's not your fault. It really isn't your fault. I don't hate you because, you know, your dad did. I hate you because of who you became as a person. People got so mad at the way I talk shit about Radon. They got so mad at it, but I still stand by it because it's funny. It's fucked up, I know, but so is what he just did, so we're basically even, I would say. Use Miquella's rune yet? No, because I want to be heart stolen.
Wraff really said
it's so true! agree with your dad on much, but I do agree about... He's a fictional character, Chad, okay? I don't have to care about his feelings. He's not real. This reminds me of the time that I was talking about Godfrey. I was talking about Godfrey's body. Except, like, the joke is that he's like a video game character, and therefore he is like a model, right? He's not like fully modeled. So I would often talk about the fact that he has no butt. Godfrey has no butt. Because, like, he literally doesn't. Because they didn't model an ass. Because he has clothes on, so they didn't bother, right? And someone was so offended by me shit-talking Godfrey, but he, like, shit-talking being relative, because it was like, he literally does not possess buttocks. He's a video game character! That they insulted my body. And I sometimes think about the fucking logic of being so psychologically harmed by someone referencing a character model that they insult a real human being. Like, that is wild. Can you do the opener? You're being really fucked about this. Thank you. He can't twerk. He physiologically can't. He's incapable of it. Grab me. That's number one. We have to get grabbed twice for heart stolen.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Liar. Frickin' liar. I also love Voyage because it signifies that they're going on a journey. Oh, and the significance of Mikola using Radigan's Rings of Light, because he does use that spell. It's a new form of it, but like he shoots a beam out, like a ring out from his body, and it doesn't come back. So I actually never realized the first time I fought him just how much he uses Golden Order. Fundamentalism. Like, even to this day, he continues to use things and spells, and his knights have things associated with Golden Order fundamentalism. It shows that Mikola, while he has left fundamentalism and picked his own path, he still holds on to its teachings and its spells and its traditions and the knowledge that he gleaned from fundamentalism. Which isn't unusual necessarily, right? It's like Ronnie is still of the moon, just like her mother, although that's not the same thing because it's a different moon. Yeah, 1,000-year voyage. They're going somewhere. They will be going on a journey. And it will be likely a journey of conquering. To find the One Piece. Yes. No. Okay, so that move, he did that in phase 2, right? He can follow up that move with another slam, and you have to be ready for it. So I waited, and that's what got me killed in phase 2. That's so annoying. I hate when they do that. Dane's seal does boost all Ring of Light incants, not just Mikola's. Yeah. And also his knights, the Needle Knights, they remove all effects, good and ill. Just like Radigan's signature spell. Law of Regression. Radon does look like he's from One Piece though, for real. I might do what I did in my first playthrough and add the Rod Sword. Just for like free damage while he's doing these long combos, because like it's exhausting, dog. So yeah, he could follow that up with another one, so I have to prepare for it, which is why I can't hit him on that one. Oh shit, not this. Oh, I dislike that move very much. I can't see when you just turn your freaking ass like that. Oh, that was rude. I guess I didn't need to be behind him for that one because it turns into like a beam of light explosion, so it's sort of fine to not be behind him. But because of the ground slam in phase 1, that's like an upgrade of the ground slam move, so I normally just go behind him because then I have like a little safe window. But then I can't see if he does the quick follow-up. One of your switch-ups. Empty jump, nerd. Oh, it's so nice that you can actually avoid that move now. Incredible stuff. Maybe you just stay in front of him. I suppose that's fine. Except for this move. This is the one move I go behind him. The entire phase 2 is a beam of light explosion? It's true, it is true, yeah. I said this last time I did this fight chat, but this song reminds me of a song from Final Fantasy XIV to the point that I seriously cannot differentiate it. But I can't place the song and it drives me crazy. And it's happening again. I do like the phase 2 better. Music, I mean, not the fight. Goodness, I'm not getting it wrong. Oh shit, that was strange, but I'll take it. I was in front of him, but I still couldn't see the first swing before he just true comboed me. That's really annoying. Oh well. Okay, what else to discuss about Mikola? He's got 3.5 arms. His one arm is missing. Why? He's discarded so much of himself, and yet he still retains, like, his spirit form has these 4 arms. It links him to Ronnie. In fact, that is a question, like, why does Ronnie have 4 arms in the first place? Was that the body that she based the doll body off of? Did that one have 2 arms? 4 arms, I mean? We don't really get the answer to that. But the fact that one of them is vanished. Like, you can see, it's like it's been cut off. Even his spirit form is lacking the arm. Well, it could have something to do with the fact that all that we see of Mikola is the arm. And the arm is what guides us to the land of shadow, right? Like, out of the cocoon. So I wonder if it's not because he left a part of his spirit behind as well to allow people to, like us and others, to follow him to the land of shadow. But honestly, I'm not sure. Other than a lot of... Oh shit, for real? Saved. Yeah, what else about the arm? He needs us to come to the land of shadow, right? It's the only time that Mikola really helps us. I miss my god. Fuck you. Shouldn't have done that. Didn't mean to end up behind him. Shit, again. I dislike how quickly you do that move. Oh, sure, do it again. No big deal or anything. It's fine. I was out of position, it's fine. Annoying creature. Oh, that's what I was saying. Sorry. Gods, divinities in, for example, Buddhism. I meant Hinduism are often depicted as having multiple arms, right? I don't know if that is a thing in, like, I only know about that in Hinduism. I'm gonna be real with you. But I think that's what's being evoked here. I think it's definitely not a coincidence that the two characters that we see in the story that become divinities, that succeed in creating an age, are depicted with more than 2 arms. Yo, Dupless, also thanks so much for 14 months. Welcome back. It's a thing in Buddhism as well. Oh, awesome. I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to say. Oh, that was not a good dodge. I keep dodging left on that one, but I gotta dodge right on that one. Marika has 2, but I'm talking about within the context of our story. Ronnie and Mikola. Because, yeah, of course, Marika is only depicted with 2, but Marika is the past age. I'm talking about the characters within the story that we encounter. Ronnie and Mikola both are depicted with 4 arms. Mikola having 1 missing, of course, but still, right? It's not a coincidence, I would say. Could also have something to do with the fact that it makes them look more like trees, too. Like Godric, right? Godric looks more like a tree than any character. But if the tree were made of flesh rather than anything else, unfortunately. Really, though, look at Godric and imagine a tree and realize he looks exactly like one. It's Dean. Also, thanks so much for 7 months. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much for the support. You're not late. We're going to be here for a minute. I'm going to be real. This is not, oh my god, this is for a favorite. Guanyin Bodhisattva is most well known as the 1,000-armed compassionate one, represents for reaching out to all realms to help folks. Very interesting. That's sort of exactly what's likely being evoked. I can't see shit. Get a ponytail, boy. God damn. He's like the worst. He's just sitting there with his like fucking fabulous hair. I can't see shit and goddamn glowing. Like, tie that shit up. Oh my god. Get a braid. Ugh. I'm so glad that I still feel the same way about like literally every DLC fight. It's very I just love it when I'm based. Like past Wraff was so based. She was so real for this. Reed! I'm gonna start being a little greedy because I gotta get to phase 2 faster because like... Yeah, they fixed like the moves, but the problem with them fixing the moves is that it made them slower, so now I have to fucking watch him longer. So it's such a terrible trade-off. It's like, fuck. Now I have to watch him for like probably 30% longer before I can hit him. Skipper. Mikola shaved head mod. I wanted to see this fight vanilla, but I am a little curious what they did mod-wise to maybe make the brightness even better. Because, like, I know they nerfed the particle effects in the fight. It honestly is still so painful for my eyes, though. Fuck you, guy. How did that hit me? I don't understand this move. That's my worst favorite move that he does. Right after this, too. So this, and then this. Like, what is even any of that? And how am I to respond to it? Okay, grab me. Oh, I have to survive long enough to get grabbed twice.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Eep. Gaming? Oh, Jesus. Oh, what's this? Oh, right, this move. I remember this. This temper tantrum move. It's been a while. I just spam roll, and like it seems to be okay. Grab me, please. It's time for a grab. Grab? Oh, really? There it is. Go.
Lord of the old order, let us go together.
The hand. So you can see that not only we do the gesture, we do the, like, we offer our hand up, right? It's the let us go together gesture. But you can see that Mikola also puts his hand out like this. Like he's doing the, you know what I mean? Like it's the same gesture that, well, Ronnie does when we can choose to become her consort. It's the put the ring on my finger, baby. And it's the right hand as well, which is the same hand for the promise, right? Probably so we can put a ring on his finger. But either way, symbolically, he is doing the same gesture because we are serving him at that point. That is the moment that we put the ring on Ronnie's finger. And also, yeah, at her ending as well. But I'm talking about when we give her the ring as well, when she's defeated her 2 fingers and she's just sitting there like this, and then you can put the ring on her finger, right? So I'm doing my left hand. It's the right hand. Yeah. Mikola takes everything from everyone else. I actually, okay, trust me. I get it. I actually don't think this is him being a copycat, so to speak, as much as I think it's just the same thing, because when we become a consort to a god, when we become the Elden Lord, we are, it's akin to a marriage. If not akin, like the king consort / queen consort would be the spouse of the ruler, right? So it's more that we are pledging ourselves to him, and thus we do the same symbol, the swearing on the hand, the grabbing of the hand, the applying the ring, whatever. We swear fealty. So we got the dialogue. Now I can start using this if I get grabbed, which I am going to try to get grabbed a bit more. Someone is telling me that there is dialogue if you get grabbed a few times more and cleanse the charm. Unfortunately, it's going to take some time because I need to get better at phase 2. Oh, I ran out of stamina. Doesn't want us as Elden Lord. I think it's more like when you swear fealty to someone, you often like kiss their ring, kiss their hand, whatever, like. So I more think it's akin to that. I don't think we are literally becoming his lord. He already has one. But we are also the lord of the old order. Goodness, I really dislike that move. Okay, I feel better. Goodness, I don't like you very much. Oh, okay. Lovely. We're gonna get grabbed.
I promise you. 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
God, that takes so long. Like, I'm sorry, you do not have enough time in this goddamn fight to use this shit. Like, how many? He doesn't give you windows to do enough things. You have to be perfect for so long. How am I gonna show off this if I can't even like have time to use that? That is such a long animation. Goodness me. You know what it sounds like too? It literally sounds like the finger sever animation. Like the sound, I mean. I can't use it unless I have a summon. Okay, he has like 15 hit combos and everything has a beam of light. I know he has windows. But he doesn't have enough. And then I have to sit there and watch him attack for a goddamn decade. I don't have the attention span for this nonsense. If I wanted to see a Kevin swing Radon sword around, I would invade. Like, girl, I've had enough of this. Since 2022. Nah, I don't like parrying. I think dodging's cooler. I think people overvalue how cool parrying is. I think dodging is the sickest shit you can do. This is why, to me, Duchess is cooler than Executor. And even then, Executor deflects, so it's fine. How did that miss? Oh, shit. Oh! Nah, deflecting isn't... It's the same as parrying. It's, like, cool, but, like, dodging is the coolest. That worked out beautifully because I got grabbed.
You, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Ugh. Oh shit. Ugh. Oh, the music! I wanted to talk about the reason I like the Phase 2 music better. I really like the... Oh shit, I forgot. That's okay, just heal. You can't dodge this anyway, so just... Oh. I'll just get hit by literally every part of that attack. It's fine. I don't like that move. Yeah. Yeah. What about parrying with a pistol? Guns are cool. Even then, I still think dodging is cooler in Bloodborne. Like, that's why I love Bloodborne so much. It's so freaking clean. Though it is kind of fun to just, like... Oh, I missed. Okay, the Phase 2 Miquella music is really neat because they add a vocalist. And it's Miquella. It's meant to be Miquella. I guess I should add more specifically that they focus the vocalist, because I'm pretty sure if you listen to this track, there is the same vocalist in the background, but it's really subtle. Mostly you hear the chorus. But in Phase 2, you hear the female vocalist more. I say female, it might also be like a high-pitched male singer? I really don't know. You're right, I should clarify. Guns are cool in video games. Otherwise, I hate them. And even then, swords are cooler. Better yet, scythes and whips. Soundtrack's one of their best. It's I think it really does the job well. Yeah. Captures what they're trying to capture. I genuinely do not have time to dodge all that. Oh great, I'm dead. Like literally those are 3 attacks. You can't dodge all of them. You have to position yourself somewhere, but like, you fucking can't. God, I hate Radon so much. What do you mean sides are random? Sides are cool as shit. Can you ever play Bloodborne before? It's true, Miquella be singing. I also do not know why they decided to give Miquella like a fucking, like, the moves where he has like shadow versions or whatever. That shit is so bullshit. I can hardly believe it. Like, what were they fucking thinking? What is the lore on it?
Oh, because he uses light, he has like, he becomes like super fast, so he has like versions of himself.
Who? What? What? You know, it's just like outer horseshit. Like, why does he have these weird fucking clones where he attacks you like 4 times, but that's not the real attack? It's like the real, like, and they still hit you. And they stun you. And then they throw off your timing and they cue your input. Why did they design an attack that specifically cues your input in a game that is famous for a cued input problem? I don't know what FromSoft was thinking with this. I have no idea. The Phase 2 is like, what? Why? It's okay. I did it before with a worse kit. I'll do it again. I just hate it. It is random bullshit go, yeah. It implies time magic? Yeah, it does. But like, it's not something that we see. And it doesn't really fit with anything else that we know about. So it's just a complete fucking asshole. Honestly, I don't even think it's lore. I miss. Make sense of Elden Ring's story. How about instead you talk to creators or engage with the community? Do not say, don't fucking admit that here. Like, that is an embarrassing thing to admit in this community. Don't, like, why? I literally been playing these games and talking about the lore, and there's tons of other creators doing the same thing. Why would you do that? Like, frankly, it's insulting. It is. Where do you think that AI is stealing its content from? From people like me. That's crazy.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
That's a fucked up thing to admit. Do you go to artist streams and be like, yeah, I use Gen AI to make art? Without any sense of irony? Dumb. Like, I'm already fighting this guy. Don't make my problems worse, you know what I mean? Even. I am noticing I'm getting hit a lot by the move that I can't see. Yeah, my timing was off, but I was close there, I think. Ish. Shameful indeed. I'm getting grabbed on purpose. Perfect.
Let your thoughts be only of love.
You don't even have love. Oh, that's so neat. I don't remember if I got that dialogue before. Whoa! Fuck, I clicked the wrong button. No. It was an accident. Oh, I thought I had my heal up. Oh, that's so sick though. There's extra dialogue if you cleanse it. All right, if you're... I don't know if the person who's admitting that they used AI is like even listening to the stream right now. But I literally just explained why that was rude and why you shouldn't use Gen AI. And you should not admit using Gen AI for lore in a lore person stream. I don't know how you missed this unless you're literally just typing in chat. So like... This reminds me of when people are like, they backseat. And they're like, do X, Wraff. And I'm like, I literally just did X. Did you not see it? And I'm like, I feel like these people aren't even watching. You know, I remember when people would come to the stream and be like, oh my gosh, I don't understand any of this lore at all. So then I watched a body video or I came here because I wanted to make sense of it. That is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be curious about something and investigate it using whatever means are at your disposal. AI is not bad.
Ew.
It's gonna drive me crazy. I think it's a Stormblood song this is reminding me of. From Final Fantasy 14. Like, it's actually gonna drive me insane. I still can't remember what song it was. Times change. Don't justify your bullshit. Mods? Get them. You had a chance. I'll do it after I die at Raton for the 80th time. Getting grabbed?
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
It's so easy to be like, oh shit, I am an ignoramus and I didn't realize. You're right, I'm so sorry. I won't do that again. Damn it! It's that same move! I'm gonna take Michaela's little neck and... No, I'm kidding, I wouldn't do that. Also, he's a ghost, so it's fine. You notice how people who defend AI have like the worst justifications of all time? And they like literally don't make any sense or have any thought behind it? Correlation. Yeah, times change. Yeah, okay. Not all change is good. And sometimes we realize, fuck, that was a bad thing. For example, at some point in Western society, they, giving birth, it used to be, midwives used to help women give birth. They had special positions, and birthing was focused on both the mother and the baby. And it was safe. It was more peaceful. It was better researched. Because midwives were literally focused on helping the baby come into the world and keeping the mother calm and comfortable. And then at some point, progress was like, we must have the doctors do it, and the doctors need to be men because these women are simply hysterical. And then what do? They moved birthing to hospitals, and they put women on their backs, which is not a good position for giving birth. It's a good position for the doctor, but not for the mother. And also, not necessarily for the baby, because usually what's good for the mother is good for the baby. Also, these doctors didn't know about bacteria, so they didn't fucking wash their hands, which led to an increase in maternal mortality. So anyway, yes, sometimes we make progress and we call it progress and we say that what we used to do before was bad, and then we realize, actually, no, this was not it. Maybe things were done a certain way for a reason. Change is inevitable. I agree. Change is good. Stagnation is bad. Ah, dang it, I got caught. I really did roll there. I don't know if that was just a true combo, if I just... the input got eaten. I don't really know. But, you know, there's just like one random example that came to my mind. There's like tons of it. You know what I mean? Women in stirrups. Ooh, yeah. Hospitals to register the new person for the government. I mean, that was a whole different conversation. Really, it started with like people thinking they knew better and changing things. It's not even a perfect example, but I'm just more trying to say that like this idea that progress is a one-way thing is not true, right? I can't really think of a more salient point because I'm fighting Radon right now. But you know what I mean. Gosh darn it. Website just said not to record. Okay, so network tests always say don't record. If you look at the terms of service for Night Rain and Elden Ring, they also said don't stream and record it. But it's just, since Elden Ring was published by Bandai Namco has published a lot of FromSoft's games, all the way from Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2 and 3. So generally, I wasn't a part of those because I was like not streaming. I didn't know about the network tests. I didn't have social media. So, you know, not me, but people streamed it and nothing happened. So we were like, the gamers who did were like, no big deal, we can stream it, right? This isn't Bandai Namco anymore. So when they say it, I think a lot more people are being more careful with it because we don't really know what Nintendo's gonna do. But yeah, the TOS always says do not record or stream it. It's just no one's ever suffered any consequences. Really though, them saying it, the fact is to do the network test, you have to agree to the terms of service. Everyone does. So Bandai Namco could have completely fucked people for doing that, but they didn't. So that's sort of the thing, is like, people are saying it's Nintendo bullshit. Could be, yeah. Nintendo's a little different. But you literally have to agree to the terms of service. So getting lucky that they don't enforce it is not the same as not agreeing. Do you know what I mean? I guess. Not to mention, streamers always have to sign NDAs to play games early and get access to keys early and stuff, and, you know, agree to the like, to the dates that they can actually showcase a game. And then, you know, when when Fextra Life streamed, Fextra Life would break DMCA and NDA all the fucking time. I got terribly combo there. And there were no consequences for them. They would keep on getting game keys. They would never have any problems. They would never, but they continually broke NDA. But if a streamer did the same thing, they'd probably be in major shit, but no one ever went after Fextra. So it's just one of those things. It sucks. It can be really annoying, but whatever. Yeah, sorry, Fextra is banned. I just, you know, I brought it up, so I'm gonna allow you guys. But yeah, they're just weird. They don't stream anymore, though. So it's fine. Moot point. I feel like the song you're thinking of is the dramatic music they play after you finish a main story dungeon. You're waiting for the trial fight to start. Does the song that you're describing have a name, though? Because I'd like to listen. Sometimes things are called progress so they can be more easily sold to you. True. Problem comes with people thinking that everything preceding them should be done away with. Yeah, no, that too. Absolutely. I don't keep up with what Fextra is doing anymore. But yeah, they just suck and they are shit. So don't trust their website. By the Twitch thing, they're not bad for info? That is untrue. Okay, congratulations. I'm fighting Radon, and I have time to talk about why Fextra Life is shit. It is a banned word in my channel, so if you're getting timed out, not timed out, but like if your message is getting blocked, it's because I was tired of talking about it. They are terrible for info. You want to know why? Because half of the shit on their website is inaccurate. As a result, you have to fact check absolutely everything that you get from their website, so you can't trust it anyway. There was a story within the last year, I don't remember exactly what date, where someone was doing some sort of special challenge run where they were doing like, they were killing bosses with the least amount of HP going up to the most or some shit like that. And they used Fextra to tell them the HP values, and Fextra was wrong, so they fucked up their run. Every time you look at anything on their website, you have to assume that it's wrong because there's so many mistakes that have never been corrected because they don't allow edits. And oftentimes will revert correct information back to their inaccurate information. Also, the only thing they're good at is search engine optimization. So they pop up at the start. So if you search anything, they will pop up first. And because of this, and because they stole content from other guide makers, they are the #1 source, and everyone's like, well, they have good enough info, so it's not a big deal to me. And there's no other options. There's no other options because of them. Someone data mined Elden Ring to get high-res images. I don't remember who this was. I'm so sorry. I can't give this person credit. I'm bad with names and I don't remember details. They data mined all the shit in Elden Ring to give high-res images and release them for free so that everyone could have high-res images. Fextra Life slapped their logo on it and put it on their website. That's Fextra in a fucking nutshell. Do yourself a favor. Look at anyone else but them, for guys. Because you're gonna have to double check your shit anyway. Really? They're gonna tell you something and you'll be like, well, okay, we should double check just because it's Fextra. So why not just look at the primary source anyway rather than... I don't even bother. Damn it. Isn't their site live too? They used to embed their stream on their website from Twitch so that they could get ad revenue from people who are just checking out their website and like looking up guides or had their webpage open. But Twitch, because of this, likely because of Fextra and probably other people, but mainly Fextra, Twitch banned embedding streams, and suddenly Fextra doesn't stream anymore. You gotta check the comments. The comments that people on the website, like viewing the website, leave. Why check out Fextra then? Yeah, you're right. There are patches and things change. But you're telling me that rather than look at a guide, you're going to look at a guide on a website you can't trust and then check the comments made by just casual players and viewers? And it's still a good source? Might have to lock in a little bit eventually, but... Didn't know that? Yeah, I know. Trust me, I get it. You're just looking up something real quick. Fextra's the first thing. You don't think about it. They blow. Bunch of thieves. Depends if you care enough. Same logic as the AI shit. I haven't looked at Fextra for literally anything, and I can still find information if I need to. So... I hate that move so much. He shoved me. Shit. Fuck. That was a bad hit to take. Ugh. Oh, I rolled into it. I rolled into it. Tried to dodge at the last second. I lost my rhythm there a little bit because of the slam down move. I hate the move that he does after the meteor. I hate that move so much. It's like the worst move. I don't know how you're supposed to avoid it. It like tracks you perfectly. And then after that, I just couldn't get my footing back. True, yeah, that's another thing too. I have to check the primary source. Listen, I know it's not the best, but like if I need to, I use IGN or Fandom. IGN tends to be pretty consistent. I know people have their problems with IGN, but generally when it comes to just like guys, they even have pictures and shit, they're pretty good. Or Fandom. But I don't know if that one has any problems, but I just know that it's better than Vextra. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Gonna use the restroom and check on my kitty cat because I was looking for him at the start of stream. He was sleeping in an unusual location. It was very cute. Give me just 1 minute. Hello, gamers. What was I gonna say? I gave Marlo some more food. He's doing great. Phantom is generally good, but does have his issues. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know. I don't often check guides, really. Most of the time it's like, oh, I need a somber smithing stone 6. Where are they? So I just Google it, right? And then I go to, usually IGN. I find IGN to be the most consistent for me. Just like, it tells me where ones are in the world, stuff like that. But someone mentioned Reddit before I went away. Reddit, in my experience, is so terrible for gaming info. Like, it can be good, but I remember specifically somber smithing stones. I looked up, I was like, where to find somber smithing stone 6? Because I just couldn't remember, right? I just needed 1 to level up something. And I saw Reddit, where do I find somber smithing stone 6? And I'm like, oh, sick, let me check out what they said. And the top comment was like, I shit you not. It was like, there are no somber stone 6s. The max is +5. And someone was like, no, you fuck-ass idiot. That's not true. And then it just devolved into arguing. And then I'm like scrolling and I'm like, no one actually answered the question. Like, I can't, I would... And it was like from 4 years ago. And that's all, it's the best we got. Map thing? Oh my god, I totally forgot about that map thing. Fandom is the same, but a larger scale? Oh, that's such a terrible shame. IGN it is then. Reddit is like, ugh. It's very annoying because I used to use Reddit for skincare recommendations or just to get an idea of like what to try. And it's nice to know that folks have tried something and they like it, right? It's like the most organic, or like makeup recommendations, duplicate, not duplicates, like dupes of certain shades or whatever. Just to get it like, oh, I like this. I have dry skin, you know, and this works for me. And it was so like, it felt so authentic. Unfortunately, brands figured it out that people use Reddit for recommendations. So now they're so, I'm sure this has been a problem for a long while, but I've noticed it more in the past couple years. I don't use Reddit anymore. But if I'm curious about a product, I will often look it up on Reddit, specifically skincare and hair care and stuff, right? Those are my big ones for Reddit. Except, yeah, now there's tons of ad posts. They don't say they're ad posts. They don't say, hey, I'm being paid or I work for the company, but they're there. And also bot posts are incredibly ubiquitous. I was looking up a steamer because I was trying to buy a steamer for my clothes, as we do. And I found this Reddit post that was like really great about steamers. I had this great review of a steamer. And I looked at the comments and there was quite a few saying, this one was great for me. This brand's great. I love this brand. And then I saw at the bottom, I went all the way to the bottom on this post. And I saw like 5 posts with the exact same verbiage of like, wow, this steamer absolutely changed my life. The exact same. And I was like, Jesus Christ, now there's bots. Now you can't trust shit all. It's really frustrating. It is not allowed. It is illegal. You have to disclose if something is an ad. But people do it on Reddit anyway. And it's very hard to prove because of it. Yeah, and then reviews on the websites are often fake because they delete bad reviews. It's very common for things to have bad reviews deleted. That's a thing on Amazon. So it's so hard to find just like what to try sometimes, you know what I mean? Okay. Might have to lock in a little bit. My brain's like shut off because I really... This happens when I'm fighting something for a while and I don't like it. But I do want to get through this, that's for sure. It's gonna take a while though. This fight, I mean, is my kryptonite. Annoying. Bad. Bright. It's all the things I hate. I hate when he catches you on the sword too. That move is really annoying. Also, someone already told me in YouTube chat, like I saw it and I repressed it for a minute and I just was remembering again. I've already gotten a comment today that I need to use the shield and poke him to death. No, I don't need to do that. No one needs to do that. I've already beaten him. And I did it in a dress. With frankly shit weapons for this fight. And I still did it! I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying don't tell me that you need to do it because it's just the biggest fucking annoyance on the planet. Because no, you don't. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. He becomes immaterial when he starts up that move. That's convenient. Like, I beg your finest pardon. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, that was such a good run too. I have a bad habit when he does that move to dodge left. I see it, but it's hard. Like, I have to like internalize the tell. I locked in for one run and it was my best run. So I'm gonna sort of, you know, I'm gonna lock in a little bit. See what happens when I focus, gamers? Like, I do have the capacity, believe it or not, when I do, like, semi-lock in and only yap a little bit. Only a little bit. Hugo, you cursed me! Reason why he's the hardest boss? That he's badly designed? No, they're capable of making a hard boss that's also fun. It's just, for some reason, they chose not to in this DLC. I don't know why. From soft, more like from slob. I'm kidding, but like really though, I just don't find watching Muscle Daddy swing 15 times while I wait for the opportunity to do a singular attack very enjoyable. And also beams of light from heaven as well, just as like a fun bonus for me and my eyes. It's also a very positioning focused fight. Oh, I fucking missed my dodge. Dang it. That move, it shouldn't be hitting me as much as it is. Like, I see it. It's definitely... I think I know what's happening, but it's hard to like get over that hump. You know what I mean? So he swings his swords and I'm trying to dodge into them at the last second to avoid, like, swing through, right? But what's happening is because I'm in the center, he's hitting me quicker than I expect, and the timing feels so off. Like, the same, I'm trying to, like tear it apart in my head. Do you know what I mean? To help me understand and verbalize what is happening. Only muscle daddy I want to deal with is Horalu. Yeah, because he used the good sense to not be so goddamn tanky. He's still pretty tanky. I'm dodging that one too early now, which is hilarious. That move either. That's fucking weird. I've psychologically unlocked again. Like I'm not locked in. I am locking out. Yeah, I know. I have one good attempt and then I need to like recharge by thinking about something else. Okay, I'm locked in. For real. I'm focusing. For real. Why were you facing that way, baby girl? Why do you do this to me? Oh, hold on. Oh my god. Hitless gamer. Flawless. Ah! Fuck you. I'm sort of done with getting grabbed by you. Like, I know there's lore in there, but I don't... Like, it's starting to become the fact that I don't care. Shit. That was, what, 5 separate combos before I could hit him? Before I could attack safely? That's wild. Okay, fine. I hate that. I really do. What to send his rata home? Yeah, precisely. We're getting there. When I lock in, I really do hate that move though. I don't know. Okay, so I'm sure other gamers are like this, but I need audio cues so much. I know I say I'm not very good at rhythm games, but I think a part of my brain treats Elden Ring like rhythm games. So like, I start to learn the timing on dodges, and this fight, it completely pretty much invalidates that because you get hit so much by like little things, so it throws off my timing, right? So I get hit by a beam because I was like in front of him, but and the beam hit me when I dodged the sword, and then I get like that, like you get hit and you do like ugh, and you take like the damage sound, and it just your brain goes, ah shit, I got hit. So when he does those like slam attacks where he hits you like 5 times but they're not real hits, but they are, I don't know how to dodge it. I can't get the timing. It's not a coincidence that I think that's like the only sound, the only move that I can't parse. It happened last time I fought him. Like it's all coming back to me, unfortunately. Also, yeah, I am doing 2k a hit. There's a reason why I picked this weapon rather than my... Go watch my Radon reaction to see the kit that I beat him with, and you'll understand why I decided to go with the strength build this time. Time dodges to the sound of actions? Exactly. You sort of start to, like, internalize it a bit. That move, I fucking don't know. That one feels very inconsistent, but whatever, it's not a big deal. The infamous Radon reaction. I know. some of my proudest work. I think my shit talking and my build was phenomenal. I had the most perfectest build. My theme was this one's for Leonard and this one's for Melania, so I brought Rot just as a disrespect thing to Radon. Like, I wasn't like, oh, I need to rot him so I could do... No, I wanted to disrespect this shit because he doesn't deserve the love... Mikola doesn't deserve the love of Melania, and Radon did not deserve the loyalty of Leonard. They abandoned them both. And I will tell you why once I beat their asses, because I have the evidence, I have the receipts, I have the lore. I will tell you exactly why they deserve to be disrespected, because they took the humanizing aspects of the people that they loved and horse that they loved and left them behind. In order to achieve their goals and become an Elden Lord and a divinity, they had to abandon everyone they loved. And they don't even realize it.
At long last, you are returned.
They will claim it was for them. But it was not, and it will not be. The difference between these two and Ronnie is that, yes, Ronnie had to, the people that she loved, yes, she had to betray them, but they knew it, she knew it, and everyone was okay with it because they so believed in what she was doing, and she sacrificed herself. These two claim they're doing this out of compassion, and they will slit Melania's throat and claim they're doing it for her. That's what I'm talking about. That bullshit hypocrisy is why they deserve to be disrespected.
And my promised consort, Radon.
But we'll get into this later. Frankly, we already have the evidence. I just want to talk about it when we have a chance. Ah, dang it, I dodged too soon. Oh, that was fucking rude. Okay, so I can't be so close to him when he does the beam out because then he'll hit me with the follow-up and I don't have time to dodge all of the 4 hits. Because I end up too close in front of him, but not, like, not close enough that the beam doesn't hit me. Okay, alright, alright, alright. I'm unlocking the code. However, there is dialogue when you get grabbed, so I am gonna try that again. It's just I am gonna start getting grabbed again on purpose. He takes such a long time to grab you that it's annoying. So I have to survive so long. But there is dialogue, so it is cool. Oh shit. My bad, King. I misread that. Fair enough. Really? There we go. So yeah, I need to get grabbed apparently 3 times, with the main issue being that I need to also use an item to cleanse the, you know, curse, to cleanse the charm. That's the real obstacle, is finding time to do that. Oh, shit! That completely, I don't understand it. I don't, because it cues your input. So I'm trying to dodge the initial hits, but then when I dodge, I'm like, I didn't click it then, I swear! And it's just, it fucks everything. I don't like that move. I don't know how you're supposed to properly avoid that. It's sort of like, it's like his waterfowl. In that when I dodge it, I'm like, it's just a matter of surviving. And I really dislike that. Meh. Haven't you already done it? Done what?
Eep.
I knew that was greedy, but I'm trying to get through his phase 1 with less consistency on getting hit, but like more like speed, basically. Oh, hell yeah, that works. Yeah, absolutely. There is a YouTube playlist on my channel. !YT will take you to my YouTube channel. All the VODs are on there. Enough grabs for the additional dialogue? I don't think I've done that, no, because I didn't know, and I hate this fight. So...
Ebe.
Like, I don't know why that time I got hit. I really thought I was in a good position. Can you grab me, please? Trifling ass. Oh, jeez. I fucking hate that move, too. Yeah, bad time to heal. It's okay. Just, you know, I really have a lot of dialogue I need to get from your ass without you doing a move that I... Oh shit, we're okay. Fuck off! Oh good, grab me. I'm so sorry, I looked away because I thought I was grabbed. Did I miss something? Did he miss? Oh, it must have been the verticality. That's on me. I looked away. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to make eye contact with Mikola. You know what I mean? Didn't want to look at him. So that's on me. That's on me. Except also, fuck that, because, you know. Bro missed. Yeah. Okay. A little bit more I want to talk about with their designs, but like, not right now. I was like begging him to grab me, and he finally does just to do that. That was fucked, kiddo. That was messed up. Yeah, we can't do... Whoa, what happened there? That was fucking weird. I'm using a lot of my stamina trying to dodge his attacks and then also actually hit him, so I'll have to find a better round. Pesky the fuck? okay. Don't dodge forward. That helps somewhat. I think that went well. It's about all we can ask for. Oh, what happened again? I mustn't roll left there. Okay, but then if I roll right... Like... Oh, he's so annoying! He positions you on his body sometimes so that you get hit by the beams. And like... Dodging left, dodging right. Sometimes you're just in the beams. And it's just like a morale hit straight to my psyche every time I get hit. How do you dodge a Mikola Ring of Light? I find sideways or through it. Tends to work. Oh, do you mean the big attack when he like flies up into the sky? The huge one? You just run. You have to run, but if you aren't already running when he starts it, it's gonna hit you. It's one of those. It's like just fucked. Yeah, I totally agree. I think everyone has fights they find fun. I do not think it's a coincidence personally that a lot of people dislike this fight. I know a lot of people like it, and a lot of people are like,
You just dislike it because it's hard.
ooh, without any hints of irony. Or like any sense of how stupid that is to say. Really. But a lot of people also dislike this fight, so that makes me feel better, because at least I'm not alone, you know? I'm not a poser. I hate things because I hate them, not because I can't beat them or whatever. You know? I'm not like, oh, this fight's impossible, I hate it, and then I beat it and I'm like, oh, actually, like, oh, yeah. Oh, you're struggling with that? Oh, you don't like that fight? Oh, it's because it's hard, isn't it? I can't relate. I beat it. So, you know, like, there's people like that. I'm guaranteeing you. They're stuck on it and they hate it. And the moment they beat it, they're like, oh, it's actually a really well-designed fight. Just even understands you at the end of that. Nonsensical, I tell you. I like things because I like them. And I don't like them because I don't like them. Alrighty, a lot of healing in phase 1, that's okay. Silksong Discourse? Oh, don't even remind me. Perfect, thank you.
I promise
Thank you so much.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
And now I have to squeeze a use of Mikola's Great Rune in between his 500 hit combos. Quickly, quickly, go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. I got my input queued! Man! Angry sheep noises. Those fans are often just contrarians. I think that it's just some people get their personality off the fact that they beat a difficult game and they don't have like, and that's it. And as a result, they get really like weird about it because it's like the more people who beat the difficult game also, it means that they have lost clout. So they try to invalidate people. They're like, oh, you beat it using this, you did that. Those people are not worth listening to. We just ignore those people. I don't think they're that, like, I know there's a lot of them, don't get me wrong, but I find that this is a very welcoming and friendly community usually. It's just, yeah, there are going to be those people. I often see the Souls community mentioned as like the most toxic and like, oh, they're so gatekeepy and stuff and like, oh, get good unironically. And I'm like, you know what, honestly, I have not generally had that experience, but there are people like that. So that's sort of the thing. Out in a zero-sum game? I know. This one I don't really like Get Good. I like Don't Give Up Skeleton. That's my favorite Soulsian thing. And I think it's a more OG meme. Because Get Good is like often used unironically, which is crazy to me. Versus Don't Give Up Skeleton. It's a very common message from like already all the way back to like Dark Souls. It's just that. Or I also like Don't You Dare Go Hollow. Because that's it. Like, just keep on going. That's really the core message. Of course, it's Get Good, and I think Get Good is often used ironically, like as a joke. But yeah, there are some people who make Get Good their entire personality and are very hostile. And it's weird. Okay, now everything's hitting me. What the? To me, Don't Give Up Skeleton and Don't You Dare Go Hollow capture the essence of these games much better. And they also encapsulate the social aspect of the games. Some people have thin skins. No, let me explain something to you. If someone is trying to be rude to you and you say that's rude, it's not you having a thin skin. It's calling people on what they're doing. And there are absolutely people who say get good unironically. I call those people what they are, which is jerks. I personally don't care. You know? I don't really get good very much because, like, I've been there, done that. So I personally don't hear it. So it's not even like oh, people told me to get good and I'm like upset about it. I got thin skin about it. It's literally just like, I think those people are jerks. Sometimes it is not that deep. I also dislike how the community treats it like you have to play this game super solo and stuff, or you're playing wrong, when this is at its core a multiplayer game. You know what I mean? Yeah, skill issue is another one. Get good sometimes means keep trying and learning. But you know what captures that better? Don't You Dare Go Hollow. In the end, it's all typing on the internet. You don't know how people mean it. Ooh, okay. Kind of lived there. I did a couple extra dodge. I did one extra dodge roll there by accident. I'm getting grabbed on purpose. Beautiful. That's one.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage.
Call it a primarily multiplayer game? I would. You want to know why? It's default online. That's an unfortunate move right after that when I'm weak, because I don't know this one super well. Okay, beautiful. Wonderful. I was switching items. I'm greeting. I'm greeting. This is such a bad idea. Beautiful. The default experience is online. Now, when I say a default multiplayer game, what that means is... Really? You did it all the way over there, you dipshit! Sorry, I tilted. Grab me! I would have been so pissed.
Let your thoughts be only of love.
Says the boy who has abandoned his love. Very telling. Thank you. Oh, shit. Out of position. Unfortunate. Okay. You gotta stay close to him, but at the correct angle. It's very annoying. I cleansed the thing. I'm getting new dialogue. That's the point. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay, sorry. To just finish my thought when I'm not struggling with Radon. These games are default multiplayer. What that means is as you play, default online, more accurately, therefore played multiplayer, but not literally in the sense of you will be summoning people for every boss and playing it the way that you would a co-op game, a traditional co-op game. But multiplayer, absolutely. It is a core part of the experience and the lore and the storytelling. And this is evoked also by the NPCs that you meet throughout the story. And when you play online, you get messages, you get invaders, and the game still gives you those things offline because they're trying to give that experience even if you play offline, and a lot of people don't like it. But the fact is that this is a core part of it. The inspiration for Dark Souls comes from Miyazaki having an experience that he was driving up a mountain and a lot of cars got stuck on this mountain. So, you know, when your car is stuck, you need to drive it, but you also need often to be pushed. And he says that people just came out of nowhere on this mountain. People were helping to dig out the cars and push them. So you have a line of cars that are all stuck, and then you have these people from outside just showing up and helping these people. And you can't really communicate because it's like stormy, it's snowy, and the people would push, and the people inside the car would drive. And he talks about this, and he had this realization of how interesting it is that these people, he would never speak a word to them. He would never see them again. He doesn't know their name. He doesn't know anything about them. But he had this like wonderful, brief experience of human connection with these people. And then you move on, like ships passing in the night. That is the core. That is what inspired Dark Souls, Demon Souls, but also Dark Souls. That's why they're default online. That's why there's notes. That's why there's multiplayer. That's why you see phantoms running around. That's why there's blood stains. It's because of that experience. So when people treat this game like, oh, get good, solo, you use summons, you summon people, you play co-op, like you are fundamentally misunderstanding what this game is. And that is such a terrible shame that we've gone in this direction. But this is why I try to remind people. This is why I don't like Get Good. I'm not really offended by it or anything. I don't really care. But to me, it misses the point. This isn't, oh, you have to be the strongest and the coolest. You have to be flawless. You have to be perfect. You have to be solo. You fight, you die, you keep trying. Don't give up. Don't you dare go hollow. Don't give up skeleton. That's it. That's FromSoft at its core. And this is why, yeah, it's a little dated now, you know, the online system. They have all these fog walls everywhere, and we complain, and we have seamless co-op. It's the most downloaded mod, but they've been doing this since 2009. And it's such a cool concept, and I can't think of another game that does it like this. So I'm so obsessed. Wonderful. I love telling that story. Because that's what inspires Miyazaki to make games. Like a random thought that he has. And then he's like, how can I turn this into a game? How could I put this into a game? And then he just casually invents a whole genre. It's amazing. I got hit there. It's annoying. Without summons, I wouldn't have as much fun with these games because I want to be summoned to help people fight bosses. So my fondest memories are helping people fight bosses. And also, on my first playthrough of Bloodborne, being helped too. That's what got me hooked. Okay, fair enough, buddy. Yeah, and sharing info and stuff. How did I miss utterly? Oh, I'm tilted. That tilted me. I hit the fucking hair. Should have given him a goddamn haircut with that one. I rolled back. I shouldn't have rolled forward. But I want a little distance from him. Meteors you keep running? I've never been able to dodge them from just running. They always track too much. Not being hugged twice was KO. Okay, chat. I'm using Miquella's rune to cleanse the curse, the charm when I get charmed so that I can get more dialogue. That is why I'm not getting heart stolen. Because I'm using the cleanse to remove the charm. Okay, that time it worked, but half of them went the other way, so we'll continue to test. What in the hell? What was he aiming at? Bro, my brain is starting to melt. I hate you so much. Like, I can't. I don't... I'm... You're using up all my, like, dopamine and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I do not want to fight you this long. Okay, fine. Fair enough. Like, I need to get some Subway Surfer videos or something going, like, real quick, you know? For the attention span. But I dodged it. I swear, I promise. So I wouldn't lie. I would never lie to you, Radon. Because you're my little sweetums. You're my little pog champ. Don't you trust me? Scientific method! Holy shit, it worked. Oh my god. That was like, honestly, about near perfect by my standards. That was hitless. We get grabbed? C'est bon?
I promise you.
Slimy.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Soap cutting? Alright, I don't know this meta. Okay, charm removed. Dodged a little too early because I saw it coming. Got a little jebaited. That was a little uncomfortably close, but it's aight. Okay, like, I really thought that was perfect. Whee! Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Don't kill me, though. Don't kill me, please. I'm innocent. I'm so innocent. What the fuck was that? Huh. Oh, my hair's just stuck to my lip. Okay. Fuck you! Yo, can you, like, stop with this nonsense and grab me, eh? No, I can't. I don't have to dodge that. No, fuck you! That was like 30 moves and he didn't grab me. 30! 30 separate moves, maybe even 50 different moves if you count, you know, in dog years. Meh. Maybe I'll summon a Florisax. Or the Birdman. Oh, I hate when I know it's coming, so I dodge too early. It's like the most disrespectful. Why does he have Ninja Gaiden 4 Ryu Hayabusa after images? That's an excellent, wonderful question, and no one has an answer. I am resentful of what just occurred. I did call him my little PogChamp. That's true. I forgot about that. I repressed it already. That's not really my fault. I can be held responsible for the things that I say under the influence of Radon. I did decide to heal directly in front of his face. I was a little impolite, but in my defense, look at him. No, that one I actually refuse. I see what's happening. Like, I know I'm making a couple of his combos, I'm dodging in the wrong direction. But it's sort of a little hard to tell which combo he's doing because all I really see is hair. So it's a little, like, I see I'm making the same mistake. I'm aware of it, but sometimes being aware of the problem doesn't mean you can, like, easily fix it. You know what I mean? A lot of his combos look very similar, so it's hard to, like, internalize when he does the quick swing, you have to dodge right. Oh my god. That's a lot of stamina, though. That's the only thing I'm worried about with that. Have to get some stamina back or I'll run out. Whoa! Lock on, please. It is a little sad because I really am actually just obsessed with Miquella's hair in this phase. Like, visually, I love the hair. But it stops you from seeing. And it's like, why though? Get grabbed. So Miquella obviously takes part in the fight. Is that 3 braids, would you say? I think about 3. So that's also another difference between Radon and Godfrey. Ah, I did the thing again. I did dodge, but I think I missed the dodge on the initial slam, and the initial slam is just, from what I can tell, a true combo. So that just sort of sucks. Yeah. Lothric too? Lothric, yeah, Lothric is also a fight that involves teleportation, so that could have something to do with it, but like, yeah. So, what was I talking about? Miquella, phase 2, the light. Oh, why he's different from Godfrey. So I'll probably like reiterate this stuff at the end because yeah, it's gonna be a lot of this fight. And the thing is, I'm not even trying to kill him yet. I'm trying to show off the dialogue, so who knows how long it was gonna take. Considering he still has a couple moves that just kill me. But yeah, Radon wants to be Godfrey very badly. And Radigan, but really his main icon is Godfrey, down to the fighting in the Colosseum, which is where he met Freya. His combat style, his armor, his body type, like everything. He truly aspires to be Godfrey. And he's the closest that we get in the next generation of children. Miquella fulfills a similar role in that he is the closest to Marika in the next generation of children. Both in terms of his abilities and his appearance. But neither of them are their predecessor. Now, part of this is the fact that they are doing their own thing, making their own decisions, following their own paths. The same thing happened. I don't know. I can't figure out the timing because of the sounds. I wish that move wasn't just an insta-kill at 60 vigor, but what am I to do?
Meh.
Radigan's teleport? Oh, don't even remind me. I do not like that teleport. It's so trolly. But yeah, so Radahn wants to be Godfrey so badly. But he's not, and he never will be. Because Godfrey doesn't have any help when he fights. Siraj is not helping him. Siraj is actually limiting him. Oh, I love when I run into his work. Siraj is like controlling him, keeping him calm. He doesn't join in on the fight. And when he tries to, Godfrey instead becomes Horalu and fights as his true self, as the warrior that he was. Similarly, Radigan also fights alone. But it's very interesting that Radahn looked at Godfrey and basically took the wrong lesson. He looks just like him. He wears lions to evoke Godfrey. He has the same musculature. He's obviously uses different weapons, but in general, other than that, even a spirit on his shoulder, he looks just like Godfrey, but he's not him. And he will never be him.
Promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
I gambled on he'd only do that once. The fucking slam. I do default to going behind him, and sometimes I do end up behind him, but the problem is, like, the behind him doesn't have any, like, light explosions, but then I can't respond properly to his move because I can't see what he's doing. It's the worst. Is Radahn aware? Radahn is aware. Radahn chose this. He promised this. I know a lot of people see it the other way. It's a really interesting example of even the same dialogue, the same description, the same words will get people to come to different conclusions. But he's the promised consort. What would Radahn want more than this? Truly. That is sort of the question that no one who says that Radahn is brainwashed has properly, in my experience, been able to answer. Like, sometimes I get people who are like, oh, Radahn would never do this. He would never become, like, he would never, like, marry his brother and leave behind. He would never do that. He's brainwashed. He's controlled. He doesn't have any agency here. He's a victim in all this. Okay, but then what does he want? Like, what would Radahn want? Truly, what does he want more than this? Sometimes people will say, oh, he wants to become Elden Lord, but not like this. And it's like, okay, but like, why would it be not like this? He gets to become a lord. That's all he wants. He gets to fight in eternal war. And then I get people who are like, oh, but it's a age of compassion, so there's not going to be any fighting. The age starts with fighting. The fighting will continue. Right? We look at actions, not words. Mikola can claim compassion all he wants, but we know it's not compassion because he doesn't possess love anymore. He's incapable of it. His words don't mean anything in that regard. It's all empty. His actions speak louder, and his actions are starting with war.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
It's true. My take on whether Radon is charmed right now. Also, by the way, we know that the charm, like Mikola's still able to charm, but when Mikola isn't here in phase 1, Radon fights us, right? Oh shit, I missed my dodge. I was a little unlocked. He still fights us because that's all he wants. Fuck, I don't know how I lived. It really is just like waterfowl for me. Why are they hitting me? They shouldn't be. Fuck you. No. Fuck, really? I don't understand why that hit me. I even dodged it good, I thought. Shit. Pushing me into your move is so tox. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I forgot. Okay. No. Just as I intended. Ah! Get grabbed. Beautiful.
Let your thoughts be only of love.
There's 2. I need to get grabbed one more time. Okay, that was the same. Do I have to be grabbed again now? I thought it was 3 times total. Because if I have to do that again, I'm gonna weep openly. I got grabbed! Fuck! I fucked it. Well, I can't get grabbed now. I haven't had time to cleanse it, you nerd. Son of a bitch, dog. Shit. Fuck you, guy. No. No, don't do that. Fuck the timing. I don't have it. Wait, is that really all the dialogue? I don't really know, because I actually didn't know he had different dialogue if you cleanse it. There's one more? I thought it was dying to the 3rd. Agonizing. Okay, well, at least I'm getting more consistent at the fight. Like, clearly we can do it. It's just I have to, you know, do all this bullshit. So I have to die after getting grabbed for the... Okay, I get grabbed. I cleanse it. I get grabbed again. I don't cleanse it? Is that it? No, that's not a stupid question. That's a really great question. And that's what was really, really puzzling. And even in base game, we were super puzzled as to why Melania and Radon would fight. Because, well, like, why? She doesn't want great runes. Mikla doesn't want great runes. They have no interest in mending the Elden Ring. So why did they fight? And there were tons of theories, which of course were wrong. Because no one knew that Mikla made a deal with Radon to become Elden Lord. And when we figured that out, everything else fell into place. But before that, we had no idea. So basically, to cross the gate to the Shadowlands, it is necessary to die. And your spirit can go across. Or at the very least, something closer to astral projection. Because Mikla is also someone who needs to give up his body, right? So clearly, for demigods specifically, now I should clarify, also not just for people, for demigods to do this. I have a theory that it's because Marika sealed this place off to protect her children. Goodness me, this is not going well, let me tell you that. Yeah, it's fine. That I could not get my footing. I felt like, you know those videos of people slipping on ice, but they're like holding their balance and they're like staying up and they're like trying to catch it and they're slipping and they're slipping and they're slipping and then finally they fall? That was me during that run. I just throw it all away, start over. Oh my god. Hey, Meister Shake, thanks for 51 months. I appreciate that. Can't be good for your cortisol levels. I'm actually like weirdly chilling, probably because I'm like thinking of lore. Anyway, Radon needed to die. We know this because it's necessary to kill him for the DLC and based on Mikla's behavior. We kind of learn what is necessary for him to become a divinity. He needs an Elden Lord. And he chooses Radon, and Radon agrees. Most likely, I think that makes the most sense. That was a bad dog. He needs a connection to the Land of Shadow, and that takes the form of Mohg, who is an omen, but also possesses the Formless Mother's blood, so it's a twofold thing. And we don't really know which of the two is more important, whether it's the Formless Mother's blood or whether it's Mohg's blood, but both are key, in my opinion. I think it's significant that he specifically targets the omen that has an active connection to the Formless Mother. So that's necessary. And Radon's body is not an option either, which is why they need Mohg's body, because Radon has been eaten away by the rot. And the rest of his body is taken by Alexander. So his true body is not an option. So they take Mohg's body. Now, once again, why would Radon and Melania fight? Well, if you need to die, which we learn by the fact that Radon is a required fight for the DLC and the FD lengths that Mikla needs to go to in order to enter the Land of Shadow, he has to give up his body to Mohg and become this weird, like, cocoon dude. And he seems to be, as far as we can tell, like, just a spirit here. If you need to go that far,
I promise you,
and you're Radon, think about the Radon that we've met.
Guided by compassion.
You need to die, but are you just gonna, you know, unalive? Like, really? You're Radon. You're the great warrior of the lands between. Your favorite place as a kid was the Colosseum. Combat is your greatest calling. Even if it's to become Elden Lord, are you really just gonna go and just... Come on. No way. So what are you gonna do? Well, you have to die in battle. You have to die incredibly, like in a cool way. And this is where we get Melania's role.
Let your thoughts
The other
be only
strongest
of
demigod.
love.
The only one who could potentially contest him, and also happens to be under Miquella's control. And by control, I mean under serving under him. I don't mean like brainwash. I mean like she would do anything for him. She would literally do anything for him. Oh, I lived. Okay, now I get grabbed, I think. Hate that. We were so close, but no. I wanted to see him, so I stayed a little further. Oh, now you're just mocking me! Rude. Lore is the only interesting thing. No, I like the lore. If this were a story, if this were a book, I would love it. Because I would be reading it and it would be really... It's someone claiming they're going to be different than their parents and following in their footsteps hubristically and literally echoing their parents, both in terms of their choices. Like, Miquella picks someone just like Godfrey, just like Marika picked, but he claims he's different. I love that symmetry. It's a tragedy, like a true Greek tragedy. They were led here by hubris, but it's a phenomenal tale. As a game, though, I don't want to see these nerds. I'm tired of them. I've already encountered everything. Like, I'm exhausted by it. It bums me out. No, the lore is the only good part of this fucking fight. It's just, they also could have gone another direction as a video game that made it more interesting, but like, whatever. Anyway, Melania fought Radahn because he wanted to die epically. Now, the further evidence for this, in my opinion, is Jaren. Radahn is going to war. So there's always a chance that he'll die. So the fact that he started the festival... Okay, running is not consistent. This is indeed what I experienced. This is fucking why. I knew it. I should always trust myself. Anyway, he could die anytime, sure. So the festival that Jaren organizes, that Radahn made him promise to hold, is not really that weird. But really think about it. Isn't it kind of weird? Like, this is Radahn we're talking about, the mightiest demigod of the Shattering. Why would he hold a festival? To make sure he died. It feels weird. Unless he had to guarantee that he would die so that he could fulfill his promise with Miquella. And suddenly, a puzzle piece that has been missing since base game fits perfectly, and I understand.
I promise you,
He knew he had to die. He just wouldn't do it in a not cool way. Goodness, that really is just kind of a true combo, huh? That was perfect. Thank you so much.
Your thoughts be only of love.
Makes the festival a lot cooler. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the coolness of the festival is pretty much the same, because the festival was always cool. Really. I'm gonna heal to full, because like my intent is to get grabbed, so I just need to not die. I might die here, though. Perfect. I think the festival was a neat idea and super fun. Definitely makes it make more sense in my opinion, though. Perfect, perfect.
Let us go together.
Are you sure there's new dialogue? Because like I feel like I did every possible permutation. Unless I have to cleanse twice, but that'd be kind of crazy.
So wait, Radon was like, sure Mikola, I'll be your husband, just get your sister to step on me real quick first, and Mikola was like, sounds legit? Sounds like Radon wanted a different Empyrean.
Yeah, I'm literally not looking for help on how to beat him. I'm literally, like, I feel like people are coming into the stream and they see a girl play game and they simply assume that I need help. Like, first of all, I've done this. Second of all, I'm trying to get lore. Like, I'm doing something very specific. I'm not even trying to kill him yet. I'm trying to get dialogue. So it's even less helpful. People who do that regardless of girl, they do it more because girl, trust you me. People always assume I have no fucking idea what I'm doing ever. And like the thing is, sometimes I don't, but it's because of who I am as a person, not because I'm a girl. Silly billies. And I wouldn't change it because you know what? I'm whimsical. People just don't look at tags. To be fair, there are no tags on YouTube. But nonetheless, I will say, I think it's like the #1 internet etiquette is to default that people don't want backseating. So it's like wild to me that people don't default to that, but like whatever. It doesn't stop people though, trust me. Even I could have no backseating in bright pink text on the screen and people would still be like, here's my advice to beat the boss. You clearly need it. God damn it. Shit. Thanks, BBG. Okay. Oh, why did my dodge not work there? That was weird. Okay, so
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
there's no other line? Because I could have sworn, like, people were saying that if you get grabbed on the third one, I've already been heart stolen, so I didn't need that. Done with this? Okay, well then I'm getting grabbed for no reason. Okay. Now I'm trying to kill him. Will this go smoothly? Clearly no. But that's okay because I almost got him. I almost got him, so I know I can, and now I'm gonna lock in. What piece of lore surprised me the most during this run? Oh, that's such a good question. Let me think. What piece of lore surprised... The Formless Mother. I did not realize how many signs of the Formless Mother were in the DLC to the point that I now believe that the Hornsent may have either been directly worshipping her from the start or accidentally worshipping her. I just didn't realize how integral she was. That's the most surprising thing to me. Ugh. So I'm just gonna put this out there. I don't like engaging in difficulty conversation. For those who are new, like, you know, what is this harder? Is this harder? I don't like that sort of discourse because to me, difficulty isn't too relevant. It's how much fun you have with a boss. I like fun as a marker. Difficulty doesn't mean anything. For example, the reason I don't really like this fight is because I just don't. I find it unfun. The difficulty is not really the issue. Versus Melania, I find her really, really fun. So that's sort of the difference there. They're both really difficult fights, but, you know, they both took me about the same length of time. I think this one took me a little longer on release, actually. But I just didn't have fun with it. I didn't like it. I never liked it. So that's sort of the struggle there. Oh, that was so rude. You see what happens? I stand behind him and I don't see the tell for his swipe. I have to react to it, but I'm behind him and it doesn't work. That was really mean. Formless mother craves a wound, and boy do the horn scent, sorry, love torturing their lessers. Yes, and also not just their lessers for sure, but anyone, like, also their own people who they see as lesser, right? Which I think is the most interesting thing too, because we can get into like, oh, they mistreated the shaman, they mistreated these people, they hated these people, but they also did that to their own people. And that is so telling to me. And this could really explain why Marika was seduced into creating her own age, was because she wanted to help all these people. She had compassion for those who were harmed. Her own people, people who she wasn't related to. She has all these ties to all these different groups. The horn scent, sorry, not the horn scent, the misbegotten, I mean. She has a relationship with Hugh. She's close with Godfrey, who is another non-horn scent. The people of the Erd Tree accepted more groups than the horn scent did. No question. Of course, that later changed with fundamentalism and a narrowing in scope of what order is. But it wasn't always like that. Mistreat her son? No, listen, watch the lore run. I can't get into, like, I can't reiterate all this stuff, but there's some fundamental misunderstandings of what you're saying. I can't always explain from zero, you know what I mean? Like, I do need to lock in a little. Okay. Fine with me. My rhythm's off. I tried to do 2 jumping R1s there, L1s. I shouldn't have done that. I tried, but it threw off all my timing and I couldn't dodge the hits. Another fun thing that happens during this fight, I can't actually hear myself roll dodge. Like, I cannot hear it, and I can't actually see my own character. Because I'm, like, so, like... So, if I mess up, I can't correct, because I'm just going by my timing. You know, like rhythm game styles. And that's what happened there. I threw off my timing and I couldn't correct because I couldn't see or hear myself. Oh, goodness me. Nicola's trying to cosplay Godfrey. Radon is trying to cosplay Godfrey. Yeah. I do not think it's a coincidence that Mikola is basically following a path that someone else followed before, right? Marika in this case. And Radon is also the character who follows someone else more than any other. Okay, running doesn't work. At least I'm confirming it. That was weird. Ronnie picks her own path, right? Melania, she has a mentor who teaches her to fight, but she picks her own path. Godwin picks his own path. Rykard, definitely inspired by those who came before, but also picks his own path. Okay. Oh, that was weird. Something hit me that I didn't think should have. Okay, no. What happened there? Did I run out of stamina? Did a beam hit me? I don't know what happened, but my dodge didn't go. I did the same thing as usual. Very strange. Radon was a willing participant. Really, that's the thing. You gotta look at the character and decide what makes the most sense for them as a character with every way that they are depicted. Radon loves war. That is his #1 thing. He wants to defeat strong foes, and he idolizes the Elden Lords that came before him. He dresses like them, he behaves like them. Everything. He wants to be like Godfrey, most of all. But his other icon is Radagon, his father, who also was Elden Lord and is also famously a powerful warrior. He wants war. He wants to prove himself in battle. He will fight anybody powerful because he wants to be just like Godfrey, a powerful warrior who defeats everyone before his eyes. So what else could he possibly want than this? Okay, it's a little messed up that you did that combo, but I still had to be prepared for you to do the big AoE. Ugh. Oh no, I only beat Consort Radon like twice. I fought him maybe just even once. Unless you call helping people online too, but I don't like him, so I didn't fight him too much. I don't even know if I beat him on my second DLC run. I might not have. I think it was just the once. Okay, so here's the thing. If you think that Radon didn't want this, why? Because it's fair, but why? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Like, really, what is a problem with this? Or someone like Radon. Constant warfare, becomes Elden Lord. What's the problem? No, I'm sorry. You have to, like, if you were saying that he wouldn't want this, you got to tell me why. Because I'm telling you why. Because he loves war, he loves fighting, and he wants to be Elden Lord. That's it. That's his entire personality that we learn about in the DLC, in the base game, I mean. And this, he gets it. So if you're saying he doesn't want this, that he would never agree to this, why? This is not going to be an Age of Peace. It starts with him trying to kill us. Why would that change? Remember what we see. Don't listen to characters' words. This is what I mean with characters and people. They're like, oh, but it's an Age of Peace. It's an Age of Compassion. How How does an Age of Compassion begin with this? And remember what Freya says. War has always suited General Radahn best. This is going to be an age of war. The compassion comes later. This starts with violence. Make no mistake. Just like Marika, she tried to create an age glistening with life. And how did that start? By having Godfrey kill everybody. No? A lot of people had to die in order for her to create her age. That's how they start. Why would this one be any different? Pay attention to what characters do, not just what they say. Because we already know that Mikola is frankly lying. In Age of Compassion, when he doesn't possess love, it's not going to be an Age of Compassion anymore. No shot. Why did you have to do that move? Holy shit, you are insufferable. Mikola's gonna charm the whole world? Then why doesn't he charm us? He needs to whisper in our ear after being grabbed by Radahn twice to charm us. He has the ability to do it, but it's not easy for him. And he's also lost his great rune. Yes, he's become a god, but if it was that easy, then there would be no video game. So look at what the game is telling you. It starts with fighting, it starts with violence, and he cannot simply charm you, and you can't hurt him. Even as a divinity, even after accomplishing his goal, he must fight you. Because we have his broken rune? No, we have to use the broken rune. Not, like, having it doesn't change anything. We have to actually use it to remove the curse. That's it. So, what does Radahn want? And how is this not it, precisely? You can be compassionate without feeling affection? Okay, but what if you literally do not have the capacity for affection? What if everything compassionate about you has been discarded? I disagree. He claims compassion, but he discards his other self. Throws her into a one-way pit, never to see her again, abandons her. Cuts her out of him and makes her bleed. He can't even show compassion to himself. Look at what Mikola does, not what he says. I also think it's pretty telling that Radahn has to grab us, right? And then Mikola whispers to us. And he tells us nice things. He literally whispers sweet nothings into our ears. And that is how he charms us. He converts us to his idea. Because it sounds nice. 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. Oh, that sounds so pleasant. Shit! Oh, I fucked up. You can say, oh, this would be an era of peace and no fighting, and therefore Radahn wouldn't want this, but I'm sorry, I don't see that. Radahn gets everything that he wants. Die in battle. Epic battle against the strongest demigod, fighting her to a draw. Then he gets the Festival of War. Then he gets to come back in his prime form. Then he gets to be Elden Lord. Then he gets to test himself against the Lord of the Old Order. And then if he wins, he gets to be a god. An Elden Lord, really, but you know what I mean. Like the right hand of a god. What is there not to love? That sounds like a fucking dream for someone like him. I don't see anything that he wouldn't simply love. Jesus fuck. Toodaloo. Not too bad. In terms of like actually trying to fight him, I don't think that took too long. By my standards, I'm very happy with how long that took. And we got the dialogue, we got hearts stolen, we showed every move. Pleased, very pleased. And that was a wonderful run where I talked about lore, which is perfect for the winning run. Whee! Super pumped about that. Neato. They are gone. I also really love Remembrance of a God and a Lord combined. Like, I just love that. It's a great everything. And we still have a little bit more to go. Epilogue, thanks so much for the Prime as well. No way, you were supposed to be asking for help. Yeah, I was supposed to need help. I need, like, emotional help, you know? But, like, other than that, I'm chilling. Ta-da! Thank you for the anonymous. Or the applause anonymous, I meant. Yeah, it was supposed to be 2 full streams. We still got so much to do, too. I'm really excited. Now we can, like, get the rest of it. Very exciting. Okay. But parry? Where is the parry? Who needs to parry? I'm cool. I'm much cooler than that. Okay. So, let's see. Now that we've defeated them, I want to talk a little bit about their design, because I just wanted to talk about it when, like, I knew this would take a little while, so I didn't want to talk about it. Like, I know I talked about lore during the runs a little bit, but let's talk about everything about their design. Mentioned it before, but Radahn, you can see some omen horns on his, like, coming out of his gloves and coming out of his, they're not called anklets, like his boots almost, like, basically just little signs that it's Mohg's body. There's not very many. He's mostly just Radahn, but he does seem able to channel Formless Mother incantations, which is really interesting. He uses his sword to wound her and then create blood flame. So he does use blood flame on you, but it's very few and far between. Nonetheless, he is able to access Mohg's body. Not even Greaves, because they're not leg parts. They're like, they're sort of like gladiator style things tied to his legs, sort of thing. Yeah. So we still see this as Mohg's body, but it's been largely just sort of transformed. We don't know by what means, right? And then some people ask, is this really Radon at his truest strength? Uh, I don't know. That's a great question. I would say yes, but like we don't know because it's also Mohg's body. So is that a limiting factor? Something worth discussing and thinking about. Then we have, that's pretty much it for Radon. He's pretty standard. Like we've seen him, except of course he was with Leonard and he didn't have legs because he was eaten away by the rot. So this is sort of him in his strongest form before he fought Melania, before he became rotted. And then we have the Miquella part. So Miquella in phase 2 appears out of the Divine Gate and attaches himself to Radon. Also, during the phase transition, we can actually see that Radon, like, he starts to glow red for a moment. I didn't address this too much. I showed the cutscene, but you know, he starts to glow red, almost like he's maybe becoming Radon himself, like his own phase 2, maybe enraging, something like that. It could also even be Formless Mother influence. It could be even Mohg reasserting himself. We really don't know. But then when you see this red aura show up, Miquella comes out and then he attaches himself to Radon. Now, what's really interesting about this is that then he fights the same way, but he gets basically a magic buff, a holy buff from Miquella. All of his attacks have like an aftershock of light that appears. And that's sort of the unique thing that starts to happen, and that's Miquella's influence. But, and I talked about this before, Godfrey had Siraj on his shoulder. Siraj does not help him in combat, but Siraj is a limiter for him, keeps him calm. So, I know I said that Miquella is not quite that Miquella is actually buffing him, strengthening him, and fighting alongside Radon. But there is sort of an exception. The moment he's supposed to sort of phase change, and what happens when a boss phase changes, they transform, they take on like new power, new ability. We see that there, but it's stopped. And then Miquella sort of suppresses that side of him. Whether it's an enrage, whether he's about to channel some ability that we don't know, doesn't matter. Miquella's here with him now and they fight together. They combine. Of course, appearance-wise, as mentioned, they are so much like Godfrey. Literally big muscle guy with spirit on his shoulder / back. It's Godfrey. He looks like him. And then we have what Miquella looks like himself. Miquella has 3.5 arms. You can see sort of the faded arm. One of them has started to fade out, but otherwise he has multiple arms. Probably sort of links to the Buddhist and Hindu concepts of gods having multiple arms to signify divinity. And it also links him to Rani conceptually. I don't think it's meant to be like a literal thing. But it is interesting, as mentioned, that the two figures that actually succeed in creating an age, you know, although we really stop it quickly in Miquella's case, they both have 4 arms. They're both depicted with 4 arms. Now, I say 4. He has half of one arm. This is probably to do with his arm in Mohg's cocoon. Miquella gave up his body throughout the Land of Shadow. He like slices parts of himself off, and he often says what his arm, his left arm, his right arm, his eyes, things like that. Like he literally says where he's leaving things. That includes even emotions like Trina, his doubt, his love, and his fear. And these do seem to be literal things because Trina is literally his embodiment of love, and she too is discarded, and as a result he seems to lose the ability to have love. We hear from that NPC, that little ghost NPC that's like, you discarded something you shouldn't have, because how can you claim to save everybody if you can't even save that part of yourself? And that's a really good question. I don't think Miquella has an answer for that. He thinks it's what he needs to do. And as discussed before, he thinks this likely because of Radagon, not just because of Radagon's influence and Radagon's teachings, but also because Radagon was Marika's foil, and Miquella, having another half and being close to Radagon, likely knew about their dual nature, his parents' dual nature, and his own dual nature. So he took a very important lesson from that. There is one difference between Miquella's path to godhood and Marika's as far as we know, and that one difference is that he discarded his other half fully. Because Radagon became Marika's worst enemy. And so Miquella logicked it out. If I keep Trina around, if I just let her go temporarily, we will recombine and she will ruin me. So I must discard her. So he learned a lesson from his father, from his parents, but it was a really twisted lesson, and I think it led him further down this wrong path that he shouldn't have taken. Then we also have his ghostly form, his hair. He looks basically like we've seen him, but bigger, maybe a bit more mature. It's hard to tell whether he's actually matured or whether they're just gigantic because, yeah, like the gods are just taller than us, the demigods. So it's really sort of hard to tell. Also, his eyes are closed. It could be because he's literally given up his eyes. It could also be sort of, we talked about how it's eyes closed is sort of symbolic, right? One eye closed signifies, or one eye like pierced or anything, signifies seeing the world, but also beyond the world, the immaterial. He is fully in the immaterial. He fully sees beyond because he doesn't see. I will also say that two eyes closed, while it can depict sleep, it can also depict blindness. His eyes are literally closed. And I do mean blindness like symbolically, like he is blind to what he is doing. He doesn't see, he can't see what he's done wrong. He's blind. He's always been blind, right? This is him in his truest form, and that's how he's depicted. However, if I remember correctly, Sirash also appears to have sealed eyes. It's a little hard to tell with Sirash because his eyes, like, hard to tell whether they're like eyelashes or whether his eyes are shut, but I do believe his eyes are also shut. So it could have something to do with what he has become. He's become like an equivalent to Sirash, and as a result, his power in a way is sealed. That's another thing that's sort of symbolized by closed eyes. I think that's the big stuff. Yeah. Now, let's talk a little bit about the arena. And I do want to point it out because we will be watching the story trailer at the end. Once we like read everything, we're going to be watching the DLC story trailer, which depicts this same place, and it looks really different. So while climbing Enier Alim, we talked about all the bodies that we can see sort of like, it's like they're blended in with the tower. They are often depicted at the bottom of its pillars, and they're sort of like climbing upward. They often look as if they're in dismay. This place is also completely riddled with bodies. Now, this could depict violence, a war. It could depict like what had to happen for Marika to create her age, but I don't think so because this predates her. I think the bodies more symbolize what the Hornsent were willing to sacrifice because they built this place and they designed this place. And the gate itself, this gate to divinity, is just covered with bodies. It's built with lives, and it always has been. However, one, I guess, blessing is the bodies are dried out. In fact, if you don't really look at it, if you don't realize they're bodies, it looks kind of beautiful and peaceful here. Right? Like the colors are gorgeous. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about right here. These things. It's as if they're climbing one another. And I think that's a big part of it. To climb this tower, you must climb on those, on other lives. And Marika was not the first divinity. So we have a cutscene. We have the bodies of Ansbach and Tiolier. Because, yeah, we summoned them. They helped us with the fight, all that. It is also possible they literally built this place with bodies. It is a divine tower for a reason, but it does almost look as if like they didn't finish or that they're falling apart because this place was shrouded in shadow, and things that are shrouded in shadow have that sort of like flaky look. And we see it happening here as if the tower has decayed by shadow. So is this perhaps, as the tower decays, we see what it was made of? Sort of like if you take gold and you melt it, it becomes liquid and it becomes like its raw materials. I know that's not really like, or an alloy, like you take an alloy and you melt it and it becomes its separate materials again, sort of thing. I don't know. Either way, this is a divine tower and we're supposed to look at it and be like, this is a twisted place, like something like this is a sick place. It's fucked up. I definitely think that's the impression we're supposed to get. This is the Hornsent divinity. And remember what the divine looks like to the Hornsent. Things like jar saints to purify their sinners, suffering. really just suffering in all its forms. Okay, I think that's like the big stuff I want to talk about the actual boss design. So let's read the remembrance. Remembrance of a god and a lord. Remembrance of Radon, consort of Mikola, hewn into the shadow tree. In their childhood, Mikola saw in Radon a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. And so Mikola made his heartfelt wish that Radon would one day be his king consort. So this is sort of one of the descriptions that people use to say that, like, oh, Radon didn't agree. It was just like Mikola being like Delulu. I don't think that's the case, though. I think this tells us why Mikola chose Radon. It was his strength and his kindness. And I think this is very similar to Marika seeing Godfrey, because she also chose him to be her lord. He is the only person she chose in like all of the tale, other than like Hugh for sure, right? Hugh was also like selected with a task, and trusted with an important task. But generally, so much of her hopes were on Godfrey, and he fulfilled all of them, except for at the end when we defeat him. But still, we see his strength. That's the number one thing we know about Godfrey. But we also know that he has kindness, because when we see him, when we fight him, we see him with his son, Morgoth, and we see him like cradle him, and, you know, his grace emerges. He returns to the Erd Tree sort of thing, right? So when we are first introduced to Godfrey, we also see that side of him. And I think that it's similar here with Radon. Radon called people to his side and they listened. He had a lot of loyal, devoted followers. So there was something about him that called to these people. And this just gives us the insight as to why. He made a wish, and that wish came true, but to me that doesn't just mean that Radon didn't know. This just tells us the moment that Mikola was like, he will be my lord. Curled up like that is so sad. I don't remember where Ansbach is. He should be here. Could have sworn he was like on the... Oh, right there. Perfect. Okay, let's read Tiolier. It's really sad. They helped us. They fulfilled their goal. Tiolier's hidden needle. Oh, it's a fist. An int fist. And it causes sleep. That's so neat. Concealed weapon used by Tiolier of a design generally favored by poison wielders for dark and subtle purposes. Like Saint Trina, who blossomed in the deep purple garden, a rich poison is secreted from within, which sends its victims into an eternal sleep. Unique skill, sleep evermore. Pierces the enemy deeply with a poison-coated needle that delivers eternal sleep. If the follow-up strike lands upon a foe who is already in a state of slumber or eternal sleep, it will deal significant damage. Tiolier's mask, a mask upon which is carved a tranquil sleeping face. The silver hair is arranged in the same style as Saint Trina's, increasing arcane. Just once, Tiolier was granted the sweet repose of velvety sleep. The remainder of his days would be spent attempting to recapture it. Tiolier's garb, the dark attire of those who wield poison in secret. Additionally, countless needles are sewn onto the exterior, apparently for talismanic effect. The dark gloves of those who wield poison in secret, ever scorned and loathed. He was a poisoner. We see the needles, right? And we kind of also see the dark side of needles, right? Needles are used to heal, right? They, on Mikola's side, they suppress the outer gods, right? And they're healing tools. They're beneficial, but they can also be used to harm. Here we see the other side of it. They can be used to spread disease and sleep and, you know, and to kill, to poison, surreptitiously. Saint Trina is linked to Arcane, which I find very interesting as well, because it could have something to do with status buildup. But like we talked a lot about arcane. It's very interesting. It's sort of like linked to blood and space. Those are the two big ones, right? Arcane, however, generally as a stat, governs status buildup entirely. So more arcane equals more sleep buildup. And needles sewn onto the exterior apparently for talismanic effect. Like he depicts himself with needles. He dresses in needles. Let's wear the mask. Because the other part of it, and we talked about this before with Trina when we went and we like met her and everything, right? Trina has changed when she's been separated from Mikola, and it happened pretty quickly because Trina, or Mikola, has been going through this journey along with us. Like, as we go on our journey, we are helping Mikola with his. So it's very much like happening live. So he beat us here a little bit, but not too long, from what we can tell, based on like how we progress and how things change as we progress. Yet, Trina has already gone from silver to purple. Her sleep has ripened into velvet, is the description used. This is likely what she looked like when Mikola would become Trina. And then, of course, it's very interesting. We have the pale gold of Mikola and the silver of Trina, right? However, when she was split off from him, she became more extreme. She represents what she always was, but even more intensely. So we learn that the change happens quickly, and there is a change. When two halves are separated, they become richer versions, purer versions of what they are. And this also, as I mentioned, gives us insight into Marika and Radigan and how their personalities likely changed when they were separated. How there were parts of themselves that they simply lost access to for that time. And they became richer versions. So, Trina, you know, gentle sleep, you know, like repose, rest, turning to this terrifyingly deep sleep, eternal sleep, like death. Just a natural escalation of what she's been. Yeah, so then we get that with Tiolier. What other was interesting about his description? Hang on. Just once Tiolier was granted the sweet repose of velvety sleep. So he slept once and became effectively addicted to it. That's really what it is. It's mentioned this before, but Trina seems also linked to like opioids, right? It's like a smoke that comes out of her. It brings you this peace and tranquility that people just become completely hooked on. Also the fact that her teachings can be spread. Now, this isn't Trina's fault. This is just what people do for her in her name. But, I mean, yeah, it's twisted. But the way her teachings are spread, priests of St. Trina, they shoot people with arrows. So there's also something about, like, it's as if they're getting people addicted to Trina offensively. Like, they shoot people and then they're like, whoa, this is great. And then they worship her. Right? The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit, but this is a habit that has been inflicted on people against their will. So there's always been something sinister about Trina. Always been about taking control away from people, even on the Trina side. But once again, she is not doing this. She isn't telling anyone to do it. It's what is done in her name. So it's one of those interesting things where, is it her fault? She just is what she is. And it's how people, you know, try to spread her teachings. But it's like, it's not her fault, but it's also, she's the figurehead of it. So if you poison someone in the name of Trina, is it Trina's fault? Like, really? I would say no. She's just existing. She's just a sleepy girl. But also, she is completely and utterly passive. It takes a lot to, like, spur her to do anything. And it's really telling that she is so desperate for us to save Mikola that she tries to communicate with us. It's the only thing that she does, is sleep and tell us to kill Mikola, to spare him out of mercy. Okay, what was I trying to show? Oh, the fist. Let's show the fist weapon too. Tiolier's hidden fist. Should have the stats. It's basically an assassin's tool. Tiolier is often depicted and described as a coward. And I mean, like, yeah, I mean, poisoning is considered a very cowardly tool. Generally, so it makes sense. Even his weapon is a surreptitious thing. Does dreamless sleep come with dreams? We don't know. From what we know, no. It's just sleep. And then, of course, we have Ansbach. The iron mask of Sir Ansbach, giving the appearance of a quiet, wise, old bearded man. But an old fear lurks beneath, together with the cold, unflinching discipline that once honed his blade, now employed to enhance blood oath and dynastic skills. Attire of Sir Ansbach, the embroidered crest of the Pureblood Knights, has now all but faded away. Slightly enhances blood oath and dynastic skills. Ansbach understood that keeping his oath to his old master was not an act of logic, nor would it bear any justice, but it was for these very reasons he was unable to let go. Ansbach was loyal to the end, really. Manchettes of Sir Ansbach, black leather adorned with gold embroidery, slightly enhances blood oath and dynastic skills. So, just remember that as much as Ansbach is cool, and he's noble, and he's wise, his whole thing is still Formless Mother. He served Mohg with a deep loyalty. Even after he was dead, he kept his oath. Now, I wonder about this oath. Does it mean like a literal oath that he swore to him, or does it mean like loyalty to him in the general sense? I take it more as the latter. He swore to serve Mohg, and Mohg was betrayed and killed, right? Mohg was manipulated, so Ansbach gets revenge. That's sort of how I take it. I don't take it as like a specific oath, like, you know, I will save you, or like, you know, Mohg's like falling to the curse, to the charm. He's like, oh, Ansbach, please, promise to save me. Ansbach's just like, I swear to serve you, I will serve you even after you're gone. And that's sort of the thing. That's why it defies logic. It doesn't, there's not going to be any justice. It's not going to bring Mohg back, but he still believes in it. He still wants to do it. But yeah, Formless Mother, bleed, murder. I love Ansbach, but we have to remember he still serves Mohg. Now, we also learn what the charm is like. We learn what it's like when someone is charmed. It can change your behavior, but it's almost like an adjustment. It doesn't make Tiolier super brave and bold. He's not like, yo, what's up? My name's Tiolier. I'm brave as shit. It doesn't change him, does it? Even Ansbach, he's clever, he's wise. Even at the moment, he's like, I'm charmed by Mikola, but I just want to serve him the best way I can. He's still trying to gain knowledge because he was an intelligent man who believed in gaining knowledge. Freya, she likes to fight. The only thing it changed about Letta is it controlled her paranoia so that she wouldn't kill people. And yeah, killing's a big part of her personality, but it's not like it completely rewrites who they are as a person. So Mohg was charmed, but he wasn't a different person. And this is sort of what's so easy to forget with Ansbach being so great. Where is my favorite description? Here we go. A talisman depicting the exaltation of the Lord of Blood. Raises attack power when blood loss occurs in the vicinity. Render up your offerings of blood to your lord. Drench my consort's chamber. Slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty. So yes, they were manipulated to feed Mikola blood, to support Mikola, and to slake his cocoon's thirst. But take that away. Who is the blood going to? Take away Mikola. It's still about bleeding. It's still about blood. It's still about harm. It's still a Formless Mother. And she is all about suffering, to the point that she, worshipping her, transformed Hornsent into fiends. Like, that is insane, that level of devotion and violence. That was still who Ansbach served, as much as I love him. Same lore. Here we go. The Obsidian Lamina. Signature weapon of the pureblood knight Ansbach, a viciously keen and slender scythe made for combat. The obsidian edge relies not upon trickery to fulfill its violent purpose. Only well-honed skill is required to rip and rend through foes, sowing blossoms of red upon the battlefield. Unique skill, Dynastic Sickle Play. A finessed, evasive skill that creates space to maneuver. Inputs dictate direction of the backstep. Follow up with strong attack to perform an advancing upward slash. Press strong attack again to bring the weapon back down. And Furious Blade of Ansbach. Incantation of Ansbach Pureblood Knight. Faith and Arcane. That tracks. Produces a blood-flame blade from the side of the hand, then lunges at enemies to cleave through them. Charge to increase the number of slashes. Markedly different from the finesse swordplay of the Dynast, this is an aggressive last resort of an incantation that gave rise to Ansbach's fearsome reputation. He was brutal when he needed to be, and it really does seem like he found opportunity to be. I think I should be able to use this spell. I want to try it out. I think I have the stats. Oh, and the Lamina? I don't know if I have the stats for that, though. Because it's like pure dex, I think. Perfect, I have enough. Is very cool. Also, all arcane scaling. It makes sense. This is all about the Formless Mother. You cannot separate the Formless Mother from Ansbach. It's very cool. It's a neat weapon. It's very stylish. Probably the nicest scythe. Oh, right, Ansbach's bow, too. I think we only get that if we help with the invasion, unfortunately, so, you know. Like, we help him against Letta, but I wanted to keep the dialogue. Okay, so let's watch the cutscene. Touch memory. We get another remembrance.
Promise me you'll be my consort. I'll make the world a gentler place.
If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort. In other words, they made a deal, a vow. And this to me is, it's still crazy to me that people think Radon wasn't like involved. This is not a Delulu child. This is a child who is about to send his sister, who he cares about, to fight Radon to fulfill his part of the vow. That's really what it is. Radon wants to die in battle and honorably, so he sends Melania, who he loves, but it's what's necessary to become a god. It's a complete unnecessary battle. It's a complete unnecessary war. It's like Radon would just need to swallow his pride, but he can't. He wants this. So that's their part of the vow. And then Radon has his part. I will be your consort if you give me an honorable death, basically. So this is that moment where Mikola is basically praying, like, I'm going to do this, but it's going to involve a whole lot of pain, a whole lot of unnecessary death. Also, I do think this might be in Leyndell, considering the throne, right? Like, that's the same throne we see in Leyndell. And we know he was there for a time. He had an alliance with Morgott. A lot of the demigods there had an alliance for a time, but it spread apart. Godric, Morgott, Mikola, and Melania were definitely involved. And other than that, we don't have too many puzzle pieces at this time of the shattering. But yeah, he says we, and I think the we has to be Mikola and Melania in this case. It could also be the royal we, but I really don't know if Mikola is like one of those, like using we to describe himself. We just don't get him doing that very much. But yeah, that to me, it's like this moment juxtaposed right after this fight, this crazy battle, and then it starts with this moment of like, I want to make the world a gentler place. I want to make the world better. And this is where it began. So then we have the dialogue. Now this happens the first time you fight Mikola. We only hear this dialogue once. We walk into the boss arena. We hear Mikola speak to us. Radon doesn't speak. Now, that's another thing too. Some people think that he would say something, but like his tongue is held because he's brainwashed. But really, I don't think Radon has much to say. I think he just wants to fight. And he does. He sort of says everything that he needs to with his fists, as they say, right? So that's my impression of why he doesn't talk. But Mikola does talk to us. We walk in, and Mikola says, my loyal blade and the champion of the festival. Both your deeds will be immortalized in song. Something like that. I don't remember the exact words. I only heard it once. But he says, he's speaking to two people. And he calls them his loyal blade and the champion of the festival. Who are those two people? That's Melania, mentioned first, the blade of Mikola, and then us, the champion of the festival, because we won at the festival. We were the champion. There is no one else. I know some people were saying, oh, it's Radon. Radon was not the champion of the festival. He was the reason for the festival being held, but he was not its champion. We were its champion. So this is basically peak Mikola hubris. He says, he basically says, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much to Melania and to the Tarnish for helping me get here. We will always remember you. We'll sing about you. We'll honor you with song. Why is he saying that? Well, the moment he says that, Radon is sicked on us to kill us. We are the Lord of the Old Order. We need to be defeated. So we're like enemy number one, but we're also the closest, right? What do you think is going to happen? Like, let's pretend he defeats us, right? We only get one chance and we lose and we don't come back. Well, he mentioned two people that are going to be immortalized in song and honored in song. And one of those people, the Tarnish, has been killed. What do you think is going to happen to number two? I mentioned before that Radagon has that Mikola has a lot of stuff that still references Radagon and Golden Order fundamentalism, both in his needles. Like Leda's sword does the same thing that Radagon's signature spell does. It also references how Mikola brainwashes people. He shrives clean the hearts of men, and what he does is he removes good and bad. He removes their pain, but he also removes their joy. And Leda's sword encapsulates this fully. Needle piercer. Those pierced are purged of all ailments and special effects alike. This is the same thing that Radagon's signature spell, Law of Regression, does. It just removes buffs and debuffs. It's like a complete cleanse, right? He also uses Radagon's Rings of Light in the spell, like the spell during the fight. It's not unusual because he's, it's still one of his that he gave to his father and his father returned to him. But I still think it's really significant that he uses that spell because he turned his back on Golden Order fundamentalism, but he still kept its lessons. And the reason I'm mentioning it now is because it specifically mentions the reason that he abandoned fundamentalism. It could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So Melania was his inspiration. It was his humanizing aspect. Just as Leonard was Radahn's humanizing aspect. Leonard is dead. Radahn rode him to battle, intending to die. He knew what would happen to Leonard, right? So Radahn was willing to sacrifice his humanizing aspect. Next is Miquella. He did all this initially. He started by wanting to save Melania, but now he thanks her for her service. Basically, he says, thank you for helping me, but she's next. And this is my main reason for really knowing for sure that the moment we were dead, Melania would be next. Guaranteed. Because she's mentioned specifically. She will not be able to serve in this gentler age because she's rotted. And Miquella has given up on curing her because he doesn't care anymore. He's incapable of caring. She doesn't fit. Fundamentalism could do nothing for Melania's rot. Neither could this Miquella. And he doesn't care to anymore. She is a threat. Rot is a threat. So it must go. I don't think there's any other way to interpret what he says. He didn't need to mention Melania, but he did. And he thanked her, saying that will be immortalized in song, honored in song. You do that for those who are dead. You say, thank you for fighting for me. You are dead now. We will remember you. There is no way he's going back to Melania and not killing her. And this is sort of what I'm talking about. When people think that he's only going to fight us, and then he's just going to brainwash he's going to snap his fingers and brainwash the entire world, it'll be totally fine. No, I don't think so. I think he's going to have to kill a whole lot of people. I think a whole lot of people are not going to fit into his order either. In order to be gentler, he's going to have to kill some folks. It also echoes, I mentioned this, Marika and Godfrey. Marika wanted to create an age glistening with life. And to start that, she needed to kill some folks, right? Violence and war is how her age began. Miquella derides her for this. He says, oh, the Golden Order, the Age of the Earth Tree was rotten to the core from the very beginning. Mine will be different. But, mention this again, he picks someone just like she did. He follows her exact path. He comes to this divine gate. He's doing exactly what she did, and then he says he's going to create a gentle age of compassion. He doesn't see how hubristic he is. He can't see it anymore, but he's literally doing exactly what Marika did, but with all the knowledge of her mistakes and learning nothing about it. He knows history, and yet is doomed to repeat it. Also, he knows some history, but we also know what he doesn't know, where he hasn't been. Shaman Village, Bonnie Village. He didn't know the truth. He didn't know his mother. It wasn't his fault that he didn't know her, but he had the opportunity to learn, and he didn't take it. And this is why he takes this fatal path, because he thinks he knows, but he doesn't. So that's it. The Divine Gate, it appears to be sort of, well, it's a gate, it's a portal. It allows you to make contact with things that are very far away, potentially the greater will. But then that's the question, is it always the greater will, or is it sometimes someone else? And I would argue that it depends on who you're trying to speak to. If this is sort of like a gateway, a portal that allows instant contact with things that are very far away, potentially before the greater will was contacted, someone else was contacted, like perhaps the Formless Mother. But we'll talk about why I think that might be the case when we watch the story trailer. And yeah, just take a moment to remember, this place looks like stone. It's dried up. It doesn't look like, obviously there's some implied violence, suffice to say, but generally it looks like something happened a long time ago. The sky, is it Miquella colored or is it Marika colored? We don't know. But it's hard to tell the difference. Either way, it's gold. It evokes the Golden Order. It evokes the Erd Tree. It could also evoke the Horn Scent. But in the story trailer, we're going to see this place looks real different. And I'm wondering why. Let me get my weapon out. And then we're going to read the description, and then we're going to visit Trina. And if there's anything else I need to do, we shall do it. Whose bodies are they? Who knows? Oh, Jesus. Well, these ones are horn scent. I was about to say, like, pretty... pretty obviously. I wasn't expecting them to frickin' explode. Can you explain the gate? I just did. Literally just. The gesture rapture could be related to the gate of divinity? Maybe. I think it's like we get rapture from the two fingers who are in contact with the greater will. So, or at least they were. We don't know how currently they are. Okay. Which character do you think is trying to change the world to make it objectively better? Is there a better world? All of them. All of them think they're making the world a better place. But in terms of actually making the world better in a marked way that I think would actually succeed, the closest we get is Ronnie. I think every other mending rune, every other ending is awful in some way, shape, or form. I think it's pretty telling that all the mending runes are pretty fucked up. Gold masks on paper looks nice, it's perfect, and it's all glowy and shiny, but remember that he was a Golden Order fundamentalist, and I've only spent half of this entire playthrough talking about how fundamentalism is fucked through and through and narrow in scope. But his conclusion is that the gods are the problem, and the god in the equation is Marika, the one who destroyed the order. So he tries to create a perfect order that no one can destroy. It's stagnation at its worst. So I don't think any of the mending runes are any good. Ronnie's the only real hope we have. Mikola, it means well. He's trying. But unfortunately, he has a blueprint of how everything went wrong and continues to follow that path. Now, it's also possible he was lying to Amir to manipulate him, for sure. Like, maybe he just says what people want to hear, but I don't think that Mikola's the type to lie. I really don't think so, especially considering he can force people to love him. He can compel affection. If you can compel affection, you don't need to lie to people. You can make them love you no matter what you say. So why would he need to lie? In fact, I think he's very honest. I think he's always been honest with people. I think he is everything he says he means, including saying that he's going to come back for Melania. I think when he sets off, he means that, but his plan changes. And that's another thing that we know about Mikola. His plan is always changing. He can't finish anything. So he just starts and never finishes any of it. He tries to help Melania half-ass. And part of that is his curse, for sure. Like, that is, like, his whole problem, is that he can start but never finish. He's got, like, extreme ADHD. He's always hobby jumping. No, I'm kidding. But, you know, he starts plans and they will never come to fruition. But it's just particularly tragic considering he left all these people behind. Remember, Moog also thought he was going to come back for him, that Mikola would wake up and return. That's exactly what Melania thought. So, even with Moog, it was already foreshadowing that these people are being manipulated.
Bluetooth mode.
Even in base game, even without any of this. Okay. Now let's read the Circlet of Light. The circlet of light which adorned Mikola's head as he returned in divine aspect, it has begun to fade into nothingness. Slightly boosts intelligence, faith, and arcane, while also boosting the power of Mikola's light. This circle was to be the very foundation upon which Mikola's Age of Compassion would be built, should it have ever come to pass. A circle made of gold that is a foundation. Meant to be his own Elden ring, pretty much. He creates his own, because, once again, he's discarding everything that came before, including his own Great Rune, because that is of the Elden ring, but he's trying to create his own. This is what it would have been. Also, it boosts intelligence, faith, and arcane. This increases mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane. Just like Marika's. He was a lot like Marika in terms of nature. But also different where it counted. So, I'm gonna compare it to this Yeah, just about the same gold, but I mean, all the stuff is gold. I would say maybe this is a little lighter, but they're all just like pure gold. Yeah. Okay. I will admit, it's pretty cute. So he doesn't have mind. Yeah, I think they just didn't want to make it too OP. Let's get the equipment of champions. A second Radon helm. Young Lion's helm, the golden helm worn by Radon in his younger years. Proudly displaying his heroic red hair, it is fitting attire for a lion. When Melania, blade of Mikola, let the rot flower blossom in Aeonia, Radon heard a murmur in his ear. Mikola awaits thee, O promised consort. In the story trailer for Elden Ring, we can see Mikola or Melania whisper something to Radon. We finally know what that was. Mikola awaits thee, O promised consort. She fought with everything she had to defeat Radon, but she wasn't able. Like they fought to a draw. They were completely at a draw. So she tipped the scales with her rot, but even that didn't finish Radon. Nonetheless, it is what leads to his death, because then we come along eventually. I really don't know how people don't think that Radon could have been involved. Like, oh, promised consort is like, it's like saying, the bride is waiting for you at the church, oh, promised bridegroom. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's not Cope. He's promised. He swore it. The charm doesn't really change who you are. Description's the same. Started this lore run on May 9th? Yeah, I mean, I was also playing other games and taking breaks, and I got sick. So 3 months isn't really too long for a good solid lore run. Right, I can't talk to you. I was gonna read the remembrance bits. Greatsword of Radon, Lord, Light, and Light of Mikola. Requiring 72 faith. Is that the same as the spell? Hang on. I think it might be the same as Minor Erdtree. 70, so this is even higher. Wow. Yeah, int. Okay. Great swords of black steel wielded by Radon in his youth, a pair of weapons decorated with a lion mane motif. These were in his possession immediately before his triumph over the stars, the swords of a lord who does not rely on physical strength and gravity alone. Unique skill, Promised Consort. Imbue the two great swords with the light of Mikola, then deliver a slashing attack accompanied by columns of light. Additional input allows for up to 2 follow-up attacks. So this is the same, except the Ash of War is different. Same lore. Unique skill, Light Speed Slash. Assume a luminous form and leap forward to deliver a downward slash at the speed of light. This attack will be followed up by an additional light attack, charged to increase power of the skill and number of follow-up attacks. And then we have Light of Mikola. So everything he uses, this is like his charge where he becomes light. This is like his super, you know, swingy move, and this is his phase 2 opener. The strength of Mikola upon his deific return, wielded as an incantation, annihilates foes with a pillar of light. Mikola sought to accept all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all the world needs. I think that's us. I don't really know who else that could be. The Mikolan tactile nuke, it's true. Okay. One god and one king consort is all the world needs, and that's sort of our goal, is to like end that king consort. Or yeah. we're here to kill Marika, so we're not gonna accept another one taking her place. It is true, yeah. So Mikola goes into the gate and emerges as a divinity. And then he, like, links himself to Radahn. Let's go visit Saint Trina. Saint Trina's Blossom. So she is dead, and you can actually see that, like, her head has fallen off. She's like what do you call it? Well, like her whole torso, I guess. When a flower, like, flowers don't last very long. Eventually what happens is, like, it falls off, like the whole flower just, and that's basically what happens. It happens because we kill Mikola, right? So this also gives us insight as to what happens if one half is killed. And this actually might have something to do with, this sort of moment, I think, is the one defense of Radagon that I can actually provide. Is that if Marika dies, he dies too. And he doesn't want to. His life is linked to someone who wants to die. Right? But no one can live forever. That's sort of the thing, the trade-off here. I don't really see Radagon as, like, this sad, you know, oh no, like, I'm so bummed, like, I'm so young, I have so much left to do. Like, okay, yeah, but, like, you've lived for a really long time. You know what I mean? Like, to live forever is stagnation. No, it's not natural, it's not normal. It's what's distorted this world to this, like, degree, right? So that's sort of, I guess, the one thing is, like, that's what they disagree on. He wants to continue, she wants to not. And so he combines with her against her will, from what we can tell, so that it'll happen. He won't die. Saint Trina's Blossom. Saint Trina's life withered and fell as fleeting as the seasons. At her last, she left a single water lily. Slightly boosts max FP, which is mind, which is the missing stat that's linked to Marika. Despite the velvety purple hue, the flower is in no way poisonous. It merely blooms in quietude. Pretty. Oh, the blossom still seems like to be moving. That's what's sort of mysterious about it. Well, might being controlled destined death? Yes, she wielded it as well. All Marika's race are destined to be vessels for outer gods. I would say definitely possible, but not just shaman because of Elden, the Dragon Lord Placidus axe. Right? Oh, also, I think another thing with Trina is it's so touching and, like, heartbreaking that she chooses to die out of love for Mikola because his fate is suffering and what he's choosing for himself is suffering, and we're going to spare him from that. However, you got to wonder, do we really spare him? I think yes, because we managed to kill him before he achieves more of his goal. Because, you know, when we defeat the Elden Beast and Radagon, we do get a remembrance as well. But it's just the Elden Beast, right? We don't get remembrance of Radagon and Marika. We get the Elden Beast. Because they're lost. Versus here, we get the god and a lord. So I do think we managed to spare Mikola. We managed to fulfill Trina's one wish with the help of Teolia and Ansbach. But I really wonder if... I guess how to word this. We use the Elden Beast to get things associated with Marika and Radigan, but we don't have them. It's like they have become the Elden Beast. They have been lost, like Trina sort of says. I guess that's it. I guess that's my main point, is just to like sort of show how they're linked to one another. But through Miquella and Trina are separated. Nonetheless, when Miquella dies, Trina dies, right? So if Marika were to die when separated from Radigan, he would also die, is what we learn. Their lives are linked because they are one. They've always been one. Yeah. Who is now the god of the lands between? Well, Miquella has nothing to do with the lands between. He was going to try to take it over, right? But he doesn't succeed. He never leaves this place. So he would have come, he would have conquered, he would have cleaned up everyone that we didn't clean up. And then he would have probably destroyed the Erd tree, right? Put something else in its place. We don't really know what would have been like his symbol. Maybe it would have been a tree, the same way, the Halig tree. Maybe not. But he didn't, we don't know because he never achieves that. But he has nothing to do with this place. The Land of Shadow has been godless, though. So right now, because, well, we did get an ending, but you know how it is, like when you defeat the Elden Beast, it kind of puts you like you didn't defeat the Elden Beast. That's where we're at. We are as close as it comes to a Lord of the Old Order. Marika is still the divinity. That's basically it. Yeah. We've killed Trina to kill Miquella. I've never tried harming Trina, but I feel like maybe no. It could have something to do with the fact that Miquella is the original. Sort of like Marika is Radigan, but like she is the originator versus Miquella is the originator. I think that might have something to do with it too. Else it'd be too easy to just swing at Trina and no more Miquella, right? It was Radigan's choice to become one with Marika? Yes, he wanted to recombine with Marika very badly. He wanted to become complete. It was his goal. The Glowmite Queen is Marika's other half, the death to her life? I don't know. We kind of already know who the other half is, and the other halves tend to be the opposite sex, right? There is like that aspect. I think that the Glowmite Queen is very mysterious, though. And unfortunately, we don't get too much lore about her. Clean Rat Knights have a symbol when they buff themselves. I think it's the Halig tree. Yeah. Okay. So I'll be right back. Gonna use the restroom, and then we're gonna go to that tongue guy that I missed in the land of shadow somewhere. I don't know. I can't place where that fort is. I might have to look it up. Geru or whatever chat was telling me. And then we're gonna watch the story trailer. We still have some really cool lore to uncover. I've been waiting to watch the DLC story trailer to talk about it and like break it down after we get all the DLC imagery. I know it's backwards, but I think it actually makes more sense. So I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Welcome back. I visited Marlene. Also, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I was so focused on talking about the lore after defeating Radon. I didn't say thank you. Someone gifted some subs. Let me scroll back. One moment, please. Oh my god! 50! Holy crap. Thank you so much, Josh Cologne. Oh my goodness. Yeah, about an hour-ish late, probably. Hang on, how long ago was this? 53 minutes ago, I was yapping for an hour. It was important, but thank you so much. Holy goodness me. Thanks so much, seriously. And thank you for waiting 53 minutes for me to say thank you. That's practically illegal in Canadian culture. Goodness, thanks so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the lore run. Like, really, all of you guys being here, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys enjoy the lore and talking about it and just... Yay. Tarnish is literally the ultimate murder hobo. It's true. Yeah. But, like, remember that death begets renewal. These people have lived for a very long time, and it wasn't natural that they should. So, and what happens? They are remembered. This, to me, is the biggest difference between Dark Souls and Elden Ring, is that we don't take souls, we take remembrances, memories of them. Like, we honor them in a way. I know it's a bit twisted. We kill them and then we make weapons out of their essence, right? Like, we make spells out of them. But what it comes from is a memory of who they were. And the memory is hewn into the Erd tree or the Shadow tree. They are remembered. They will be reborn. Nothing is destroyed. Souls are similar in Dark Souls, frankly. They do operate in a similar way in that they aren't destroyed. But to me, it's a little bit more twisted to kill someone and then transform their soul into a weapon. Is it the same as this? Sort of, but you see what I mean about these subtle differences in how it's depicted. It's a memory. They are remembered. Who they are was carved into the tree. And the tree will live beyond them. They are not dead. They will come back. They will be renewed. They have been freed from their suffering, like Mesmer, right? So, yes, we are the ultimate murder hobo. We didn't choose this role, but we're not just there to kill and create nothing. It's like, think of, I know I used this analogy before, but I really do think it's very appropriate. When you cut, sometimes a tree is sick and you cannot help it. Like, in my area, we have the emerald, well, I say my area in Canada, we have an invasive species known as the emerald ash borer. It's a beetle from Asia. And we don't have it here, so the trees and the predators don't really have like a defense. Basically, it gets into ash trees and it kills them. There is no way to help them. You can try to treat it, but once it's in there, they're dead. And that's the thing. You can try to help it along a little bit, but unfortunately it is a death sentence. It is inevitable. The tree will be eaten and it will die. Now, when you cut that tree, it's not just gone, right? It will decay, its nutrients will return to the soil, and new things will grow. New trees, new plants. It's a cycle of life and death that is a part of our world. So it's sad to see a gigantic tree that's been sick or dried because of sickness or just like damage or whatever fall. It's devastating. But it's happened, and it's not like it's gone. It will return in some way, shape, or form, right? And yeah, it's not a coincidence that this is about tree people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm still really bummed because I had a lot of growing up, I had a lot of ash trees in my area, and unfortunately there's very few remaining. Like I saw with the emerald ash borer, before my eyes, it's like devastating. Anyway, it just made me think of that. But this idea, that's sort of what we're talking about. Like, I know that we're here to kill everybody and we just murder everybody and we take what we want and we take their runes, but at the same time, like, they're remembered. And I know I talked about this before, but I want to reiterate it because it's the time. In Night Rain, we see another side of remembrances. Remembrances are how we as the character remember why we fight. In Night Rain, the night itself consumes memories until we lose who we are. It is in Oblivion, that is peaceful but destructive. And that's what's so cool about the night. Sounds familiar, by the way, doesn't it? Kind of sounds like maybe sleep or something like that. Or also what the primeval current was up to, erasing who you are and forgetting who you are. It's also kind of really reminiscent of the Celestial Dew, also known as a night tear. It's like people forget what you've done to them magically. Anyway, that's what the night does. The Nightfarers have been fighting it for so long that they lose who they are. They don't remember anymore, which is why mechanically we are introduced to the Nightfarer based on what they kind of remember about themselves. So it's one of the examples we have of straight up inaccurate lore. For example, in Night Rain we have Revenant, who claims she is the spirit of a girl who was killed, her family and her. She was killed by the night and she possessed a doll. This is not true. Throughout her remembrance, she recalls that she's actually always been a ghost. And that's sort of that idea. As she remembers who she is, she sort of becomes at peace and is able to continue the fight. All the Nightfarers have something really important to them that is why they fight, but they don't remember it because they've been fighting for so long. And the remembrance is how we remember again. The remembrance, in my opinion, is likely similarly hewn into the Erd Tree, because Night Rain ends with us bringing the Erd Tree back. And trees also help us along our journey. These spirit trees are the only reason we can even fight the night, because they appear to have like a spot where the night cannot fall appears, and that is a tree blocking the night and the rain so that we can fight. So remembrances in this game, it's really easy to be like, oh, it's just souls, but they wanted to name it different. No, but they have a different purpose. Our remembrance is truly meant to be a memory. We remember something. And in Night Rain, it's why we fight. It restores us. It's like it brings the Nightfarer back to life. It's not a coincidence that the remembrance relics are often some of the best ones in the game, because as the character remembers why they fight, they get their ability to fight back. You know what I mean? So, like I said, Night Rain is still really relevant. I will be talking about Night Rain lore. I have to finish the remembrances. I'm like recording the remembrances right now off stream because I'm trying to do it without any like no cam, all this like super clean. I'm not done, but when I finish, maybe what I'll do is I'll add this onto the lore run and showcase the remembrances kind of all in order with like all the clips, and then we can talk about how it builds upon Elden Ring lore. Yeah, so I haven't forgotten I love Night Rain, and it's so key to talk about. Oh right, Geru. Yeah. Roman's remembrance is black, not purple pink. Yeah, it's more like the shadow. The shadow changes the colors a lot more obviously than other things. Like this one's still blue. This one is super shadow afflicted though. It is interesting. I will say it does seem like the things that are closest associated to Hornsent worship are the most afflicted. This still has some grace within it, some light. This still has some light. This still has some light. Still cool to observe. Okay. I was told ash was invasive. I can't speak to your location. I don't know if any trees are invasive. Like possibly trees are invasive, but ash naturally grows in my area. It's just that the bug is invasive. Okay. I feel like I did a drop down in this area, but I just never went all the way down. Oh my god, I remember now. Wow, I totally forgot about this. No, seeing someone had this Game 8 website has a GIF that shows how you get to Geru, and it unlocked the memory. Yeah, you drop down. And then there's some cool stuff there. All right, so I forgot to do this. I would have done it sooner. But I forgot. Oh, right. Let's go talk to Moore as well. I don't know if he has anything else going on, but let's double check. Thank you for the reminder on Moore as well. He's like my only survivor right now.
Hello.
Talk to Moore.
My brood is no more. No one comes to visit. Not Lady Leda. Not Father Dane. Not Sir Ansbach. Not Freya. Not Tiolier. Not the Horn Scent. Where have they all gone? My brood is no more. No one, not Lady, not Freya. Where have they all gone?
Well, they're all dead. You're the only survivor, sweetie pie. I'm so sorry to tell you this. But he lives on. His brood is no more, but he has the foragers. And he chose to live, and he chose it himself. Not us telling him what to do. He chose. Will that continue? Who knows? Loneliness is insidious. But at least he has a chance to live for himself and to decide what that is. And that to me is the most powerful thing, because everyone deserves that choice. I think that's something that Mikola was incapable of understanding. Moore found a way to find peace for himself because he had time to sit and think about it without anyone telling him what to do. It also reminds me a great deal of all these characters who rightfully curse Marika. Like, they're like, oh, Marika, like, you did this to us. Like, Roderica curses her. Mesmer, but we talked about that. I really wonder if that isn't also the influence of the serpent. But still, he does curse her. Well, because they were put into this position. The Tarnished did not choose this. The Tarnished were just like, this was forced upon them, right? The original Tarnish, who fought as part of Godfrey's army, yeah, they had some choice. R'hllana had some choice. The people who joined Mesmer had choice. The Fire Knights specifically. The Black Knights are a little bit more of a gray area, because we do know that some of them were, like, prisoners, right? But yeah. Yeah, and then kick attacks. Yeah, like, the Tarnished, like Roderica, like us, a Tarnished of no renown, we didn't choose this. We didn't choose to be Tarnished. We didn't choose to die and come back. It was just, that's what happened to us, right? So, that's something similar in that Mikola claims that his mother did wrong. And you could definitely argue that's one thing, like, forcing people into this position. Melina chose for herself. Hugh chose for himself as well. But not everyone did. But Mikola's doing the same thing. He brainwashes people and then says it's for their own good. That's sort of the difference. I wouldn't say that Marika is... She created the Tarnished and then claimed it was a good thing. Right? Like, I don't think anyone would argue that. But Mikola will brainwash people and claim it's for their own good and that their life is improved because of him. It just shows how far gone he is. The others die when you kill Mikola, even if they don't get recruited to either side. I think so. Oh yeah, tongue boy. Yeah, now I remember. Geru with that tongue game. If you tell him, like, if he doesn't side with Mikola, he just goes and dies by the bug. steel great shield. Weighty shields carried by the Black Knights, servants of Mesmer the Impaler, made of black steel with decorative embellishments in gold. Symbolic of their iron conviction in their crusade, the Black Knights will never yield, nor will they ever doubt their purpose. And what's interesting is they didn't. None of them ever did. Some of them betrayed Mesmer, but it wasn't because they gave up on the crusade. It was because they learned he was a serpent. They learned he had the abyssal serpent within him, and they couldn't follow him after that. But other than that, in terms of the crusade, they never lost their conviction. Sorry. I swear it's some people's first time on the fucking internet. You shouldn't be allowed to have keyboards. Thank you, mods. Didn't miss too much of the lore run, did I? Oh no, you're good. You can get caught up. Welcome back, Space Boy. Thanks so much for 13 months. Okay, nothing here. Let's go down. I remember there is something down here though. That's very interesting. How do you know so much? Basically what you're seeing. I play this game since release. I go back and I read things, I question, I keep reading, you know, all this. Like this run, like, feel free, it's all on a playlist. Watch the lore run and you'll learn how I know this is exactly this. I play, I read, I think, and I yap. I did get into the Duskbloods test, yeah. Thank you for being normal. We had a strange first-time chatter. It's okay. It's not abnormal. But as I like to say, what a terrible day to have eyes. So we're just like, we're so grateful when, you know, people are normal. Sometimes it's just, it's really important to appreciate the little things in life, chat, you know? Like sometimes it's like, you ever say thank you for the people that you care about in your life? You're just like, thanks so much for just being here. Thank you so much, chatters, for being normal. I do love kicks. This weapon's been very fun. I wanted to use it on Radahn, but I also just like don't like Radahn, so I was sort of cool with not using it on Radahn. Serpent flail. A flail with coiled snakes for bludgeoning heads. Fire roars within the snakes' bodies, inflicting horrible burns. Some of Mesmer's army used these flails to burn Hornsent, to brand them with agony and fear. Unique skill, Flare or O Serpent. Faith, it's a faith weapon. Ooh. Ignites a flame inside the snakes, temporarily empowering flame attacks. Once ignited, strong attacks and other moves that strike the ground will cause an explosion. Try it out. I bet that's neat. I think it's just my light thing is making a noise. Okay. Ew, Faith. Yeah, what are you, a cleric or something? Realistically, though, it's more like ew flail. And, like, no disrespect to flails. I have a deep tie to flails because I'm a whip enjoyer. Like, that's my, like, signature PvP weapon and stuff. But unfortunately, they're terrible. So, me and flails, like, we have a bond. You know what I mean? In terms of just being, like, not great weapons. I love the flail charger too, though. Look at this. Why I oughta. Too bad it's like not good. Like at all. They're terrible. Made a snake theme, but didn't like him being a serpent. Yeah, so that's the thing. From what we know, Mesmer looks the way he looks. He's literally got snakes coming out of him. So, I don't really know how they swung that, but I think it's less the snakes. Maybe they just thought he liked reptiles. he has the abyssal serpent within him, and the abyssal serpent is pretty comparable to how you would depict the snake in the Garden of Eden as Satan, like literally Satan, right? So snakes, okay, a little weird. Fire, okay, it's his thing. He's still a child of Marika, but him having the abyssal serpent, that serpentine nature, that was a part of him, the Black Knights couldn't accept when they found out. That was sort of the thing. That was the line. I guess it also goes to show just how despised the Abyssal Serpent is and how feared it is. Like, the Glomide Queen is feared, but nothing compared to the Serpent. The Serpent is like the big bad. They are linked together though, so... But yeah, I totally agree. It's like, okay, he literally has snakes coming out of him. They also use his fire, which is snake-like, so... Hefty oil pot. Oh my, okay. Might not have always looked all snaky. It's true, but my impression definitely... Because remember, they all used Mesmer's flame. All of them. And Mesmer's flame specifically is a flame that chases. Fire coil, a device of fire used by Mesmer's soldiers. Lingering embers bundled into a coil. Uses FP to conjure tiny fire snakes from the spot that is thrown. The writhing snakes pursue foes. Fire was a symbol of the crusade, and even Mesmer's rank-and-file soldiers would use it. Enemies will throw this at you. They used fire snakes on you, like little tiny serpents of flame that would chase actively. The fire has a sense of life and chases those who are alive. So clearly they knew something, but him being a vessel for the Abyssal Serpent was too much. Yeah. They had a lot of faith in Mesmer. The Fire Knights, in comparison, they knew about his nature and they still followed him. That was loyalty. Like, seriously, I talk a lot about how a lot of these enemies, not enemies, but characters, NPCs, soldiers, they really believed in those they followed. Like, everyone had an incredibly loyal following. Every faction truly believed that the one they followed would make the best lord and they were worth serving. But I think there's something particular about those who came to the Land of Shadow, because they were leaving everything behind. Their families, their noble status, even the light of the Elden Ring. Sorry, the Erd Tree. Winged snakes good, abyssal serpent bad. Yeah, also winged snakes, yeah. Alright, I think we're ready to watch the story. Where is the tongue spell? Was Mesmer well liked before then? Absolutely. Yeah. No, people followed him. They were diehard Mesmer fans. They agreed with him. He had a great deal of charisma, was able to win people over to his side. Oh, so the tongue move isn't actually usable. Okay, I thought it was. That's okay. Alright, let's watch some trailers. Now, it's been a while since I... Whoa, where's... Oh, there it is. It's been a while since I've, like, actually watched the trailers, so I don't remember all of them, but I think we should watch all of them, including the base game ones. Okay, so this is the Elden
Peggy
Ring story.
16.
This is not done. Don't Peggy 16 me. Okay. Let's switch to this. I'm gonna close the game. All right, so we're gonna start with Elden Ring. Go away, Chrome. Okay.
It happened an age ago. But when I recall, I see it true.
It's Ronnie, our baby girl.
On a night of wintry fog, the rune of death was stolen. And the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden.
I can see something moving under his skin.
Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The shattering ensued, a war that wrought only darkness. The Elden Ring was broken. But by whom? And why? What could the demigods ever hope to win by warring? The conqueror of the stars, General Radar. And the blade of Mikkel and Melania the Seventh. These two were the mightiest to remain, and locked horns in combat. But there would be no victor. And so, we inhabit a fractured world, awaiting the arrival of the Elden Lord. Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
So much, yet nothing said.
Elden Wee.
Okay, so this was a story trailer. This is sort of like an introduction, right? Now, just going over it briefly, because this one, we've mostly covered everything here, but it's still cool to see some of these visuals. And also, I mentioned this during the run, and this is more like meta lore, but this trailer really set the scene because like people were hungry for Elden Ring content. So everyone was like watching and like so I mentioned before, Radon was seen as the bad guy, right? Because we knew about Melania because she was the pre-order, the statue, right? The figure, right? My Melania statue right back there. Right. So we were all like, oh my god, Melania, Melania, right? And then we see this like big guy who's like beating the shit out of her and breaking her arm. We're like, yo, he's evil, he's a bad dude. I'm telling you, everyone hated Radon on release. Like we thought he was like a total dickless. And then we met him and then the Leonard thing and everyone is his biggest fan. But it's so funny to see how the community changed based on encountering these characters throughout the story. At first, everyone was like, oh my god, I love Melania. Her design's so cool. I can't wait to meet her. I can't wait to fight her. And they started fighting her. And they fucking hated her because she was a vicious fight. And I think it's mostly like equalized now, but so many fucking people hated Melania. And I don't think they've ever changed their mind on it. Yeah, it's freaking crazy. So anyway, so let's see. First we have, of course, Ronnie is our narrator. I also love it happened an age ago, and then she says on a night of wintry fog, which, if you ask me, is definitely some foreshadowing because she is the only character associated with cold and frost. Also, yes. Yeah. Hang on. Let's wait. Here we go. There she is, our baby girl.
But when I recall, I see it true. On a night of wintry fog,
These are the black knives. I'm trying to pick like a good frame, but it's a little hard because it's very like Simina. But yeah, this has to be them. We can see their cloaks sort of as they move. You can also, like I said, it's really hard to capture, so I'll just watch it through. But look out for the fact that the horses themselves almost have this like spectral effect to them. They do look like knights' cavalry steeds, though, for sure. Like very much so. And also, yeah, they look like the Nazgul from Lord of the Rings, the ring wraiths who are, you know, hunting for the ring, the 9 kings of men in this depiction. Yeah, look how you can see like the edge of the horses. It has this like fog look to them. They look like they're made of spectral fog. I don't think it's literally meant to be the Knights Cavalry though, like their steeds, because yeah, they're just like those who serve at night, so they have like stealth looks. Then we have Godwin, he's killed. We see things crawling under his skin, the start of those who live in death.
and the demigods.
Hang on. Where's my favorite line?
And the demigods began to.
1 second, sorry. I'm trying to. Rune of Death was stolen. I wonder who stole
And the
it.
demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwin the Golden.
Who could have done this? Says Ronnie. Okay, yeah, very cool. Here we see Morgoth. The Grace
The
given.
shattering ensued, a wall that wrought only darkness.
And here's the thing. Elden Ring was broken by whom and why, but then in the game opening we get like Marika shattered the Elden Ring basically. So this question is answered.
Elden Ring was broken. But by whom? And why?
Also, look at this. Like, this, I don't know if this is early and they changed it or what, but the tree looks very different. Not only the gold, the light, the tree effects, but also like, look at those gouges taken out at the top. The why is still very hard to answer. I mean, I feel like no. I feel like the answer is that Marika wanted to end her age. I think it's really that easy. She was pushed to the brink, according to Ronnie. Lord of the Rings vibes? Very much so. Like, this trailer is more Lord of the Rings than anything else, and the whole game is about a ring. And then we see... We can hear Melania's theme already, by the way. There is music lore here. Someone mentioned Nokron theme when we see the Black Knives. But this is Melania's theme. And here we see one of the sieges of Leyndell. This might have been Godefroy. We do know also that Radon attacked, but we know mainly that this was possibly Godefroy, considering we see Morgoth on the throne and then it pans out. This might have been the first siege of Leyndell. We see the perfumers attacking with their like incense burner thingies. We see siege engines, we see trolls, we see soldiers. It's really quickly shown, so it's kind of hard to see any like color scheme on what they're wearing and who they might be serving. But we just get an image of what the war looked like. And keep in mind, Morgoth won these. This is sort of what I talk about when like him being a tactical genius. Like he had an excellent defensive position, but he knew how to use it. Like this type of shit he managed to repel. It's crazy.
What could the demigods ever hope to win by warring?
We hear her theme before we even see Melania. And yep, like I said,
Conquer the stars. General Radar.
this mighty big muscle dude beating the shit out of Melania.
And the blade of Mikkel and Melania the Seventh.
We also very rarely hear her title
These
as the
two were
Severed.
the mightiest to remain, and locked horns in combat.
This also kind of implies that they were the last to fight. And this was like the very last fight of the Shattering. We see her whisper. Remember, Melania whispered something to Radon. It was, oh, promise consort, like Mikola awaits your return or something like that. Like now we know what it was.
But there would be no victor.
A draw.
And so, we inhabit a fractured world, awaiting the arrival of the Elden Lord.
That's Godfrey, by the way.
Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
They're waiting for Godfrey to come back. And only the knowers know this. Like, only those who really know about the Tarnish and have deep insight into Marika's plan knows this. This line, not the thou shouldst, but like, we await the Elden Lord, is this really crazy line because it reveals so much. We didn't have the context until later. She was waiting for Godfrey, and this also tells us that Ronnie really knew a lot about. Now, of course, is this canon? I would say it's canon, but she knew about the Tarnished and that Godfrey would return. She knew that the Tarnish had their grace taken away, and they would return as part of Marika's plan. She knew this. She doesn't tell us this during the game, but in this trailer, she tells us this. But it's that line, it's like, oh, the Elden Lord shall return. Oh, the Elden Lord is what we're going to become. Yeah, we're going to take the crown. Of course, we're the main character. There's so much hidden lore in this. Yeah. The Return of the King. Yeah, very Lord of the Rings coded again, I know. That's pretty much it. Not, like, it's still a ton of lore, but I would say that now we have a lot of this information, like, answered. There's not, it's just, like, additional info, cool details, but nothing too crazy. Okay, and then we have the Shadow of the Erdtree story trailer. There might be more to watch. Like, I know there's, like, other things, but I can't place them. So, like, there's that thing with Godric, like, it depicts Godric briefly, gives us some Godric lore. Either way, these are the important ones. I love this one, too. The reveal trailer? Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Okay, okay. What's that called, though? Trailer. Official gameplay reveal?
Peggy 16.
Did I click the right thing? Yeah, okay. I hope I clicked the right thing. Is this it? No? Oh my god, there's so many freaking trailers. E3 2019 announcement? Oh. The opening scene that gives us deep lore. A new world. I can only imagine the pogs at this time. Oh, this is the thing I was thinking of with Godric. This is this. So that's him.
I doubt you could even imagine it. That that which commanded the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance.
Audio's a little
The
crunchy.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. Shattered by someone or something.
Who could have done it?
Don't tell me you don't see it. Look up at the sky. It burns.
Their body is cracked too. What happened to the Elden Ring happened to them. There's trapping Radigan in the reveal trailer. Yeah, Marika and Radigan. It was like both of them, they were switching. That music is amazing. Blue Steel armor will be added. Think there's credence to the all games are connected theories? No, I don't like those theories, so I don't really care for them, and they can do whatever they want. And I will not. It's just, I don't know. I don't like the all games are connected. I think it's just one of those things that people are just like, some people find it fun, some people find it interesting, so they create little links. I don't like it, so I don't care if they literally say it. I'll be like, Radon was turning into flames. Yeah, I mean, he burns to resist the encroachment of the rot, so it's not surprising. Yeah. Trailer's the only time we see Marika alive. Only time we see her moving. Yeah, because we do see her in the trailer, like the opening cutscene of the game, but it's just like stills, right? Yeah. I mean, listen, I feel like that was cool, but it spoke for itself. I don't think we need to watch it again. I loved it, but like, yeah. Yeah. We see her in DLC intro? Do you mean the story trailer? Yeah, I'm talking about in game though. Yeah. Radican looks blonde there. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because they did redesign, but like it was hard to tell which part was Mark and which part was Radican there, right? Because they wear the same outfits.
Peggy 16.
Peggy 16. They sort of intentionally obfuscate it.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
We hear Marika's theme. Yeah, we're going to be talking about all this. I'm just going to let it play. Sorry. I'm just like really excited about this.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born. What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor.
Daddy-do.
The tyranny of Messmer's flame.
Still the sexiest design they've ever done.
And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything.
That's Sea Vessel Woods.
His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow.
Swifties!
Will you walk with us?
Yeah, I was about to say choose. Choose is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, my dear Letta. I must tell you. All right, there is so much to talk about in this one. Because, and this is why I wanted to watch all this at the end, which I know sounds sort of backwards, but we can talk about it more like informed. Do you know what I mean? You've never seen this trailer? Oh my God. Amazing. It's really good, right? To whom are you saying relax and shut up, buddy? Like, who are you talking to? Hashtag YouTube chatter moment.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
Okay, so here, this is Marika, and look at this. And this is sort of what I'm talking about with the Glowmide Queen, like echoes of the Glowmide Queen. Because does this not look like a godskin, right? Like their robe or something akin to it, right? I know my camera's a little in the way, but you can sort of see what I'm talking about. These fleshy folds, right? However, well, it also looks like something else as well, like the fleshy folds. Sure, it looks like, well, it's very yonic. It looks like a vagina, right? Um, there is this sense of the birth of something here. Teeth marks of a whip on her wrist? I just thought that was like blood due to all the gore, but there's definitely right here a sore of some kind. I was talking to other chatters. Okay, but other chatters don't make any noise when they talk, so they can feel free to talk as much as they want. Please don't tell people to shut up. I sometimes jokingly say, shh, shut up, but it's a joke because no one can talk. You guys are welcome to talk as much as you want. So, you know. Anyway, okay. It definitely, to me, if I saw this and someone's like, what is this? I'd be like, that's a cigarette burn. Obviously it isn't, but like, yeah, you could definitely say that there's some sort of marks. Is this bruising or is this like just fresh blood? Because this is definitely fresh blood. It's hard to tell. A bracelet, gold bracelet. I don't think we see her with bracelets like this ordinarily. Like she has bracelets on her upper arms. They don't look like this. What I find interesting about this one is the way that it's like a wrap bangle. It makes me think of a serpent, right? Just the way it's like, right? But also, obviously it's decorative, but a little bit of like a shackle. When I see this and I'm seeing like, you know, symbolism, I'm thinking like a shackle, but also a spiral. Yes, the bracelet is a spiral. This is sort of what I was talking about, just the whole Glowmide Queen aspect. And I talked about this before, we do not know who ruled the Horn Sen. We do not know who their leader was. We really have no idea if there was a predecessor to Marika that was sort of their ruler. But perhaps like, you know, Marika, of course, betrayed them, right? Okay, anyway, this whole moment, already so much to talk about.
And the
okay, she's pulling gold thread out of it as well.
betrayal.
Something that looks like gold thread.
An affair from which gold arose.
This is her music. We know it's her because of the way that she is. She's wearing black. It's hard to tell in the shot, but she's wearing her usual black dress, open back. She has her bracelets on her upper arms. Her hair, as far as we can tell, is fully loose. And then she pulls all these threads together. And then we hear this scream through the gate and this realm of gold that appears very much akin to what we saw in the Elden Beast fight, right? No, she's not topless. She has this, it's like a halter top. Yeah, you really can't see it, but it's fully in shadow. Her dress has always been fully open back, and then she has the cover in the front that's like a halter. So it's incredibly low back, which is why when she turns to Radigan, there isn't a difference. We just see the back, the open back. That's why they normally show um her from the back, them from the back, really. Watch her hair closely. A braid pops into focus. All right, well, I'll try to take a look. Also, we were just in this arena at the Divine Gate, and you'll notice that it's a lot gooier here. It's fleshy. All these bodies appear fresh, and skinless. Look at this sky. Look at the color of the sky. Would you consider this to be a gloam color, the color of gloam? Because I would. Additionally, this is like I haven't done like a side by side, but this very much looks like the color of Melena's eyes when she is unsealed, right? Gloam is like blue purple. It's like nighttime, but like not quite like twilight, I suppose would be another name for it. So now once again, we see this thing. It looks like she's pulling thread out of something else and putting it together, and you can see she's creating like something out of this thread. It looks like thread, but it's solid and it covers the gate. And she's pulling it together, and then something responds on the other side of the gate, something that is fundamentally different than what is here, what is depicted here. These colors, this flesh, these fresh bodies, this blood everywhere. Now, there's also the line of a seduction and a betrayal, right? And this line to me, like obviously we don't know exactly what's being talked about, right? But we do know that Marika is said to have betrayed the horn scent. So a lot of people take it to mean that she, seduced people, maybe Godfrey, maybe someone. Also, yeah, Letta's the narrator. Thank you for the reminder there. And then she betrayed them. However, my main sort of thesis here is that she never betrayed the horn scent because she was never with them. They just believed that she was. As a result, what I'm seeing here, personally, I wonder if she was not the one who was seduced and she was not the one that was betrayed, because what do we know? She was just here, a victim of the horn scent and their culture. But then, and this, this girl who grew up in this small village experiencing this suffering, and then somehow she encountered Metter. Most likely it was Metter. And then Metter was the one who put her up to the greater will, meeting the greater will perhaps. Right? And this is the moment when that happens. She contacts the greater will. She becomes a divinity right here. She creates something here. I think this is her perhaps creating the Elden Ring itself, taking from those who came before. The Gloamite Queen was an Empyrean and needed to be defeated so that she could start her age. And I wonder if this is not that moment being depicted. And once again, the fact that it all looks so different, I think this is what the Gloamite Queen's age would look like. She was obsessed with gods and skinning them. This looks to me like something that she would create for sure. This gated divinity reflecting her will. Also, yeah, so the story we're being told right now, we have to take it as gospel, but Ronnie told the story trailer for the Elden Ring. She was the one who spoke, right? She is the one that she was there. Ronnie was there. Ronnie tells us someone killed God in the Golden. It was her. She knows everything about this, right? Letta is being told this by Mikola. Mikola told me of the seduction and the betrayal. Mikola doesn't know his own mother. As far as we know, he's never even met her. That's not his fault, but nonetheless, he knows a lot. But everything he's told has likely been from Radigan. We also know that he didn't really care to investigate anything about his mother. So not only is this a story told by Mikola, who got it from someone else, we're playing like 3 degrees of telephone. Oh, and then Mikola tells Letta, and then Letta's telling us. I'm not saying anyone is lying, but this is a lot different than Ronnie telling us the story. Ronnie was there. Ronnie was involved. Letta was not. Mikola was not. Whoever told Mikola, maybe his own research, maybe his own studies, he did know a lot of stuff. He does have information. I'm not saying he's ignorant. But at the same time, he wasn't there. And he also has massive gaps in his knowledge that make it difficult to trust what he's getting. However, even if we take this fully at face value, we don't question it, it's so intentionally vague. Was she the seducer? Was she the seduced? Was she the betrayer? Was she the betrayed? Who knows? Also, I've talked about the Glow-Eyed Queen. We have 0 evidence of her anywhere in the DLC. Not even a hint, not even a sign, not even a smithereen. However, we do have the Volcano Manor, which is likely her realm of power, based on the obsidian there, the Volcano Manor there, the serpent there. She likely ruled there. That's where she was a queen. That was the realm of whom she was a queen, right? So was she the Glow-Eyed, was the Glow-Eyed Queen the previous Hornsent ruler? There is literally 0 evidence of this. Only this. This is the only suggestion of that. Look at this imagery. Oh, also, great point. The Blasphemous Blade. It looks like the Blasphemous Blade. And Rykard was inspired by the serpent and what he found in the Volcano Manor. So this isn't just like, oh, well, it's kind of gooey, so I get... It's literally... This is most likely Glow-Eyed Queen. This is the scene of her defeat. We don't see Malekith. Malekith is credited to have defeated her. Who knows why? This is just a moment in time. But like I said, not a single scrap of lore for the Glow-Eyed Queen. The closest we get is hints of the formless mother in the DLC. However, the Glow-Eyed Queen, we don't know that she worshipped the formless mother. There's no tie to her and the formless mother. Everything's like really vague. So this is mysterious. This asks more questions than it asks. Yeah, I'm talking about the dialogue. Yeah. This game any good? I have about 2,000 hours and I keep playing it since 2022 and I keep on talking about the lore. I would say yeah.
And so too was Shadow born.
Malekith was once a part of Marika? Okay. We also know that Malekith is apparently Marika's half-brother. Whomst the fuck knows what that means? Honestly, I don't even know. I really have no idea. Oh, I did also want to mention, I talked about the groups that Marika's linked to. One of them is also the Beasts, with Sirash as the Beast Regent and Malekith sort of tangentially in that way too. So like she has a lot of ties to different groups. But yeah, Malekith is Marika's half-brother, question mark, but also a shadow, her shadow. And that is made for her by the Two Fingers, according to what we learned from Ronnie and Blythe. So it's one of those things that Malekith is strange. Yeah, that's about it. They're made by the Two Fingers, yeah. So being a part of Marika, yes and no, the same way that Blythe and Ronnie are very linked. Like, not in terms of being an aspect of her the same way Radigan is. So, yeah. Okay, anyway, let's continue.
What followed was a war unseen.
Could the weird fire in the DLC be connected? What weird fire? Mesmer's fire?
One that could never be put to song.
We see the crusade at its peak.
A purge without
The burning
grace or
purge. We see how the furnaces were used as well, like actively marching and destroying. The furnaces also have images of the fire giants on them. Like they have like a face on their knees and stuff. Like they literally look like fire giants, and the fire giants were enemies of the horn scent and they really despised them and they'd been burned before, most likely. Like they fought with the fire giants for a reason. The fire giants like to burn. So the use of fire, and specifically these images of terror as the furnaces, was also meant to demoralize their foe as well and terrify them. And it would probably have been very effective because they were very fearful of the fire giants. The crusade was vicious. Unseen war that could never be put to song. What made this so secret? Less secret and more something to be ashamed of. Really, that's the description there. Although a little bit of both for sure. Remember, we talked about how a veil can be used to hide something that you're ashamed of, but also to protect. And here we see one aspect. We see violence and hide this because it can't be put to song. We can't talk about this. No one is proud of this place. No one is proud of the crusade. It is something that needs to be done, but no one wants to talk about it, basically. This is not an honorable fight. This is violence, but it needs to be done anyway.
The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
The Abyssal Serpent. And this is sort of another link to the Glomide Queen because we know there was a serpent there too. The Glomide Queen and Aegle. Might literally have been Aegle, but we don't really know. The Abyssal Serpent likely was either linked to the Glomide Queen or she worshipped it or something. Um, but yeah, no, like there's a lot of different imagery with serpents, assassination, sacrifice. The Abyssal Serpent is like the bad guy in the Erdtree lore, but now it's been combined with Mesmer. And here I want to pause this because this is Romana. We can see her right here. So this is her bud. Remember, it talks about how her bud became her blade. Well, this is it. This is her weapon. We see her, she's veiled, her garb is on fire. She's in this sort of like defeated mourning pose, just staring down at what was destroyed. This is likely depicting the burning of the Church of the Bud, even though we see her in, from we can tell, Bellerot. It's just they sort of combined it. Now, based on this weapon, we know this is Romana, but you'll notice she just looks, well, normal. And she's wearing this like black mourning garb. The fact that she's here in the midst of all this destruction, but she survives, also furthers the idea that she was a shaman, or at the very least a Newman, and this is why she wasn't killed. Her church was burned, and like everything else, but she was kept alive because she's still a Newman. She may be, as we theorize, a Newman that sided with the Hornsent and supports their ideologies, whether by choice or otherwise. Because keep in mind, she was a saint. She's Saint Romana, the saint of the bud, right? So what if she was a success story of the jars and as a result is still a Newman, but is also something else? So she isn't killed by Mesmer, but everything that she cares about is destroyed because, well, it's Hornsent stuff. So, yeah. Then we see the dancing lions. Now we get to see why he was called Mesmer the Impaler. God, that shot goes so hard. Oh, we should also talk about how, like, this is where Shadow was born. All right, we're not done.
And so kindly Miquella would abandon everything.
We hear this like boy slash girl singing. It's really hard to tell, but it's definitely meant to be Miquella's voice, right? And after that depiction of violence and war and betrayal and seduction and Marika and Mesmer and all that came before, shown in the worst possible light, now we have hope. There's something bright that might be coming next. And that's what I love about this DLC is, well, they subvert our expectations. We see the violence inflicted in the crusade. We think there's no justification for this. And then we go to the jails and we're like, Oh fuck, what if the horn scent were really bad, right? We start to realize that the story is way more complicated than we were led to believe, and there's so many different sides to it. If you ask the horn scent, they'll tell you one thing. If you ask the shaman, they'll tell you another. We get so much depth, but this trailer itself introduces us to Mikola as being this light of hope. Really. Also, this is definitely the Abyssal Woods. It's a little different, unless that's meant to be raw. This looks to me like the Abyssal Woods and Midra's place, though. Like the manse.
His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his
Trina.
fate.
Scarred.
But we are not deterred.
It's Bellarot for sure. All of our NPCs. They choose to follow, by the way, and as discussed, they do not choose to follow. Letta does. Letta chose. She swore an oath. Dane chooses. It's notable they're at the front, and everyone else has a gap. Right? Even here, we get some foreshadowing on how these people actually felt about the situation. We have. Let me turn off my cam just for a minute for this. These two are all in. And then there's a gap. Hornsent stands apart from everyone else. Freya stands a little further back. Still, and these are the loyal ones. You'll notice there's even foreshadowing. These two are always loyal. Hang on. Sorry. Ah, shit. I just wanted to get my cursor on screen. These two are always loyal. They will always be part of Mikola's side. These two are most likely to end up on Mikola's side unless you don't complete their quests. Or unless you like intentionally ignore them. Tiolier and Ansbach are closest, and they're the ones who will be your allies, and Moore really doesn't want to fight at all, and he's there at the very back. Also, yeah, these two are the furthest back. Even Ansbach is turning away. These two all in toward the cross. Same with Hornsent and Freya. Tiolier also, but, seated, less eager, and Ansbach, his body turned away, showing interest in something else. Like, literally, even this picture has so much storytelling that we wouldn't have context for until we get more information. But yeah, no, we know that from trailers they change things and they move things around. So it's not surprising. But look at this. Look at it's green, right? So that's number one. That makes me think raw. But yeah, this doesn't look like. Okay, the thick greenery overshadowing the sky. This looks like the Abyssal Woods. Looks way more jungly than it ever was. It could just be like a change in design, concept art versus main game, but it's still cool. I wonder if maybe he was going to go to the Abyssal Woods at some point. Because everything else is pretty much the same. And then, yeah, that's it. So, as discussed, this story trailer is in a way deceptive. Like, it tells us the story, it doesn't lie to us, but it shows Mikola as the hope, right? As like this ray of light. And in the end, he's not, right? He's the one we have to defeat. We have to save him, but also kill him, right? Woods don't have stone buildings. I mean, it looks like stone. Like I agree, but you gotta admit this greenery. This is straight out of the Abyssal Woods. This heavy like vines over top blocking out the sky, the rich like the darkness. Raw doesn't look like this. It doesn't look jungly. It doesn't have vines like this. It doesn't have tall trees like this. It really does seem like a combination of the Abyssal Woods and Raw. Once again, it's concept art. I know, but still cool. Raw is pretty jungly. Not like this. Look at this. I'm telling you. This is what the Abyssal Woods look like when you look up. Maybe just raw at night. I'm telling you. This sky ain't it. Trees in the Abyssal Woods are like super thick. Yeah, like this. Like okay, look at this. Look at this overhang. I'm telling you, gamers. Like this is what the Abyssal Woods look like. Like the sun can't even reach. I'm trying to think of a point of the raw ruins that actually looks like this. I always associate the raw ruins as being so open. Either way, it's cool to compare concept. Because like if this is supposed to be raw, I don't see it at all, not even a little. Other than like it being green. The entrance exit is jungly? Not like this. No, it's still really open. This looks pretty much the same, except maybe a little less golden. That's the suppressing pillar. This is the gravesite plane, pretty standard, right at the entrance. And this is Bellerod, where you meet half our NPCs. Oh my god, did the DLC have a trailer? I think so, but really, this is the important one for imagery. The song says something in Latin. I don't know. I'm gonna be real. The whole you can hear Latin in it, I'm very like suspicious because I've heard what is it? Oh yeah, The Witcher, Banana Tiger. It doesn't say Banana Tiger, but it sure sounds like Banana Tiger. You can hear whatever you want in music lyrics. I'm very suspicious unless we get like official announced lyrics from software. I'm not really going to trust anyone's like, "Oh, you can hear this and here's the lore you can get from it." Um because Latin is a dead language too, so like I don't even know if you can speak it anymore. You know what I mean? Sometimes there is real lyrics, but like it's very few and far between. I think the only time that I will concede there is definitely lyrics is the Bat Ladies singing. Like that's the only time. I don't know what they're saying, but they're saying something. Does Abyssal Woods have water like that? It looks more like frenzied, but yeah. In an angle, you can see it. Bloodborne is the only one with Latin words but not correct grammar. Yeah, because like, you know. Okay, I'm gonna try to see if we can see Marika's braid. I want to try to see.
Old arose.
Oh, I can see a braid sort of over to the side of her head, but I wouldn't like that. Oh, there you go. Look, right here, you can see the braid. It's not her usual, but you can see it right over her ear. And then going up here, there is a braid. This is the only time that we see her with loose hair. Other than in her portrait, when she has like in the round table hold, where she has like pin straight loose hair. Yeah. Some fields Latin is still used. Yeah, but I mean like it's not actually spoken, so I don't know how many people could actively like create lyrics in it, I suppose. She looks really male. She's just a blacksmith, so she has like really active like soldier shoulder muscles. She just like actually has muscles, like really. That's the main reason. Like she's fucking fit because she's a blacksmith. Yeah.
And so too was Shadow born.
In Mesmer statue, I can't tell with Mesmer statue because I don't have the light. Yeah. You think the movie will cover lore? I think the movie lore will be its own thing and most likely not good. I'm gonna be real. I don't have high hopes for movie lore. Yeah. Okay. I think that's really it for the story trailers. I guess like the DLC announcement trailer. official gameplay reveal trailer. I think that's what I'm looking for here.
Peggy 16.
Ah, yeah, this is it.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men.
There is nothing more terrifying.
There is nothing more terrifying.
Oh, the song. I'm so pumped. Best song they've ever composed, and it's in this fucking trailer, and they never released it.
In that forsaken place, blood must spill. Blood of your fellows. They are true faithful.
They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war.
That looks so much like Deathlight. Oh, Daddy.
Wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?
Ugh, I wish they kept this. Backhand blades. Smith script daggers. The butterfly spell. Kick.
I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Mikola is doing here.
Oh. Dancer of Verona in the blue. Look at this. So cinema. Yeah.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Vesper's flame.
Oh, he's so daddy.
Touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Oh, the trailer goes so fucking hard.
It's Mickey.
We never get that scene. They cut it. That's like something we just see like a remnant of, is like him putting his hand up and just being like, yo, what's up? I'm Mikola. And we can see the light. I think they just sort of changed how they were doing this, right? Because like you see the light come out of his hand and we don't see the veil anymore, and it looks like the light is emerging like through the shadow tree again, because the veil hides this place and conceals it and seals it away, but it also keeps the light of the Erd tree from coming through, right? Like there's only shadow in this place. But they cut it, they changed it. I think they just changed like the whole divine gate and all that, because if you look at the tree, it does look almost like there's a gate through there. So it could have something to do with that. Yeah, it got cut. Still cool to see in the trailer. Ouch. Yeah, this one sort of speaks for itself, I suppose. Just some cool images. They changed Mesmer's voice acting lines. Like they changed how he speaks. He's more sad boy. Here he's more like sassy boy. He's a lot like sexy boy. But yeah, no, I think it speaks for itself. I also love this image right here, the promo image. Because you can see the flames, right? Like Mesmer's flame. We get to see a hint of the active war and him sitting on this throne as if he is the guardian of this place. And he is, right? Like he is the most important new figure in the story. He guards the secret. He is the only way that we can progress. So, yeah. Well, we still have some lore. Like I said, I wanted to get some Night Rain lore in, but I haven't recorded all the remembrances yet, so that's not done with. Trying to figure out how we're gonna like look up item lore. I do have a character that has all the items. I just like cheat engine them on. It's the character I've been using to take photos and screenshots for my thumbnails for this series. So like, yeah, I just, load her up. She's level 9 and she's been throughout the game. So, in terms of the lore run, we are done. As far as I can think of, all the important stuff is done. I know not 100%, but really the main themes we've talked about. So, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Like, thank you so much for watching the lore run, and yeah, making this so fun to do. Thank you for the applause. It's weird to be finished a run like this that's taken so long, but it's been really, really enjoyable. We still have more, like I said, don't worry. I'm still gonna do like a little Night Rain run, maybe read some item descriptions. Like we'll have like another lore day. But since I haven't done the remembrances, I still need a bit more time for that. And then that leaves the question of what's next. I don't really know. I'm actually not sure what we're going to do next. We have a lot of games coming out soon. We have the Tarnished edition. We have what's the other game that I'm like really excited about? It's coming out soon. Oh, Mortal Shell 2. Like there's plenty of games coming. And I will always be doing lore. Replaying games. Dustbloods is coming. I won't be able to stream that though. So like it's great, but yeah. And yeah, if you like this, but you want to watch all of it, or like, this is the whole series is a playlist on YouTube. Just go to my channel. If you're on YouTube, just, go to my channel. If you are on Twitch, !YT will take you to my YouTube channel. And there is a whole playlist that has every single episode. It will make something great to watch in the background while you're doing other things. Because we cover everything. But yeah, it takes some time. Metal Gear lore run? Listen, I have some time before some of this stuff starts coming out, but also not a lot of time because we have so many exciting games coming out in September. But I'm never too far from playing Souls games. Yeah, like I'm probably gonna do another freaking Tarnished Edition run the moment that comes out too. Yeah, so much to play. Oh my gosh, it's always so like overwhelming to finish something like this. I'm like excited, but also a little sad. Silk Song lore run. No, I think I'll stay away from that one. I've never played a Kojima game. No. I'd like to try. I've heard Metal Gear is good, and I'd like to try it sometime. Tarnished Edition with Glow-Eyed Queen lore. Yeah, we'll see if there's any new lore. Like there will be new lore, but I don't know how crazy it's gonna be. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, Night Rain. We still have to cover Night Rain because it is so integral to the lore. I've mentioned a few things throughout this run, but there's so much added. It's basically a DLC in regard to like how it treats Elden Ring, and it gives us new context and gives us more information that we didn't otherwise have. And I really want to showcase it because I love Night Rain and I want to record all the remembrances. So yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight, everybody. Perfect timing. We're freaking done. It was really fun. It was good to go back to the DLC. I might still have to go look for a couple items. Maybe I'll do some reading of the items on my character and see like what I want to talk about, if anything. Sleep well and Mesmer will visit you tonight. Oh, damn. In early 2025, you said Night Rain won't have much lore. It's true. It's called not knowing and then being wrong. It does happen, even to me sometimes, believe it or not. Thank you again, everybody, so much for watching the lore run. Thank you for enjoying it. Thank you for appreciating it. Thank you for chatting, lurking. Check out the VODs, subscribe to the channel. If you like how I did this is how I play games. Even on first playthroughs, I'm hunting for lore like this. I try to deep dive. I try to analyze everything. I have so much fun with it. So if you like this, you will probably like the channel. Make sure to follow and subscribe and like the stream. Thanks so much, everyone. Appreciate you guys so much. I'll be back tomorrow with what? I don't know. Let's find out. YOLO. Good night. Bye, everybody. See you next time. Bye.